think you know it all. Talk will only take you so far before you have to prove it. This time I'll watch you lose it. You're out of line and out of time. Just walk away while you still have your pride. If you're man enough to fight, then you're man enough to fall. What are you gonna do with your back against the wall? You played the game so far, now come reclaim
This is the RSC-EU playoffs here. Welcome everybody to the RSC-A stream. I'm Spuddy FC, joining the Ollie is Kiki, and with Stingray behind us, pressing all the buttons. We start with the upper semi-finals here, with a top-tier team and Team Serene Shinjuru taking on DSQ Porphyra. Porphyra, who themselves had a match in the play-ins, taking down Centurions along the way. So it's our first match, the upper semifinals. By the end of the night, we'll be crowning a champion here. So what a bracket we have. What a bracket indeed. And what a great time for action as well here in the Elite Division. But again, a lot of teams playing in still. What is it, 8 teams left in this thing? And of course, by the end of the night, again, one team will win it all. Shinjuru versus Porphyra. Kiki. A pretty important matchup here. First seed versus third seed. Both teams in the same group. Shinjuru is 2-0 against Porphyra in all matches this season. But the thing is, first seeds have not exactly had a very easy time in these playoffs.
True, I can agree with you. Usually first seeds, need to make those lower bracket runs, but let's see if it can change around here, because Shinjuru have had that decent form. They haven't lacked form the last few games, as Porphyra have lost their last 3 league games and have looked a bit, kind of all around the place, basically. So I'm thinking that form is kind of temporary, hoping at least, and Porphyra might have a good chance here against Shinjuru, maybe looking for an opposite here and stuff like that. But as it stands, I'm thinking Shinjuru is the fan favorite here, just because, they have the 15-3, they had a good roster, the form has not lacked, which, contrary to Porphyra, which have lost their last 3 league games, but they beat Centurions, so everything's possible. But as for predictions, I'm gonna have to give this one to Shinjuru as a 3-1. How about you, Sporty?
Yeah, I think that's not too much of a surprise to think Shinjuru is going to win this one. I think every person out there should be predicting that Shinjuru is going to win this one. And yet I'm not doing that here, because I do think Porphyra is going to win this one 3-2. And for one major reason, not because Porphyra has beaten Shinjuru in the past, and not because Porphyra's matchup against Shinjuru favors them, but because the first seeds have historically struggled this season in RSC-EU in the upper semifinals. Of all the top seeds we've seen in the last 3 championships, the Pro Skip, Challenger, and Rival Division, of all 6 first seeds, only one of them have ever won the upper semifinals this season, and that was, I believe, in the Challenger Division with Mischief winning their match against Neptunium 3-1, and then winning the entire bracket in the Challenger Division. So, as we've seen before, teams that can win in this bracket as a first seed often win the whole thing, but the thing is, that doesn't seem to be a very common thing. So I got Porphyra winning this one. I think Shinjuru, if they don't get off to a good start, I think Porphyra can actually take them down here. So I have them winning in this best of 5, but no matter who wins this one, this is a huge advantage to go into the upper finals, a huge placement to be, and both these teams really do deserve this one. It just comes down to, on the day, who can play well. Can Shinjuru escape the horrors that the first seeds have had to face off against? Or does Porphyra continue the incredibly weird statistic that seems to happen every single season, where first seeds seem to struggle to these lower seeded teams?
Yeah, and we do have one of the fan favorite casters among that team. I don't know if he will be playing. He doesn't, on CMV, doesn't seem like he would be the main roster, but anything's possible. Danny Boy on the side of Shinjuru here. But yeah, as the rosters follow, we have Kieran, Big Bad Wolf, and the Yellow Crab on the side of Team Serene's Shinjuru. And on the other side of Porphyra for DSQ, we have Coop, Choco, Vessel, who has won, I believe, in ERS a few seasons ago. So yeah, he's very familiar in the scene and stuff like that. And Friday. So without further ado, we won't take up any more of your time because, we want to get the action underway. So we shall be getting underway any moment now. Game 1. Of course, you know the maps, you know the layout. It's Manfield Night, the beautiful night to start it off. And so far, it's about to crown us an upper final winner. We're underway here as Game 1 kicks off already. Possession here for the side of Shinjuru. Good kickoff here. Big Bad Wolf looking to set up the play here. And Yellow Crab missing that one barely. Vessel maybe has a slight touch on it. Kieran now with free space and the ball. Trying to beat out Choco here in a 50. Could prove dangerous here, but Vessel denies once again. And all of the players from the side of Porphyra seem to be bunched up. Not ready for that shock and awe that came away from Shinjuru. Already putting up the pace here, but Vessel trying to make something happen on the other end. But the defense is clean here. Now a counterattack breaks loose as Big Bad Wolf waiting for this pass from Kieran. Big Bad Wolf trying to pre-jump here. Maybe not communicated well enough, and that could open something out as Choco tries to slot that one in the bomb corner. I think Big Bad Wolf maybe even turned that one in. I don't know if that would hit the post here, Sporty. I think that one was... bit of an own goal even.
Yeah, it was absolutely no goal. I was going to bounce off the post and go wide, but even then, it doesn't really matter. Porphyra catching Shinjuro on an overcommit. Shinjuro had pushed up so high and just have not had the best communication on offense, and that's where you see Porphyra walk on in to take these chances here. They've had a lot of defense so far, but the challenges are definitely being won by DSQ Porphyra. As Friday will find Shaco and a lot of infield players, another infield option attempt there, but Vessel can't go for this one, and it will be another chance as a demo from Friday. Vessel, Chaco gets around to one, but Big Bad Wolf is there, still beat out by Chaco, as Kyron will clear it out, and a lot of infield passing options here. I love that this Porphyra team is not limiting the options they have in front of the net. They just need to hit on a couple of them, because Shinju, they are so good at getting to the play fast, but if you can get a couple more passes, you can lower that boost total. Some of these players are actually going to break through for Porphyra.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shinjiro has been looking for those passes, but they've been putting some in dangerous positions so far. That deny from Vessel is just beautiful, and a bump from Friday might open something out here for Porphyra as Vessel denies to go for that one. Kieran now on the counter attack can start something here. Says Big Bad Wolf in the middle, not being able to find him. Just a bit clumped up for the passes. They're not really finding those passing lanes. They feel a bit awkward when they're passing to each other, and Choco is going to get not as many chances like that as he would want to. That shot could have been a bit more lethal. Maybe give him a 2-goal lead here for Porphyra, but they move, and Shinjiro looking to open something up here. A beautiful bump there coming out from Kieran, knocking Choco off the backboard, but Friday is there to collect. Not enough follow-up here from Shinjiro. I'm not seeing enough of those second mans and those infield passes making their way to each other. Just, they're not finding their destinations, in my opinion.
Oh, well, you almost cursed them there, because that was another passing attempt, but yeah, they have not connected on most of their passes so far, and feels like they're trying to emulate a lot of what Porphyra has done so well here, but Porphyra has those infield options and is willing to go for the play, and as long as they're attacking, Shinjiro are going to be in trouble. Vessel to Chaco off the crossbar and in front for Friday. That's a great finishing touch, and it's 2-0 for Porphyra.
The biggest difference I'm seeing here is Porphyra know how to keep that pressure up. You saw all three players have a go at that net. They just completely annihilated. Crossbar, post, doesn't matter. We still have more people coming at you, and Friday looking to make it 3 there, but Big Bad Wolf keeps his team alive here in the game. Yellow Crab trying to do something here. Misses the ball here. Baits out Vessel even, but Choco has the easiest clear of his life, some may say, as Friday. An unfortunate whiff there might yield something here for Shinjiro, but they're taking it slow, and yeah, those types of touches are not going to get you ahead. A demo there, a double demo there, even leaves the net wide open as Vessel, the captain himself, will take the lead to 3 for Porphyra. And this one is almost as looking at done and dusted, but 2 minutes left on the clock. Let's see if Shinjiro can even try to turn it around.
Yeah, the one thing that Porphyra has not done well this game is wasting out that time, and to be fair, they're just basically trying to add up more to their lead rather than trying to prevent any sort of comeback happen. But now their minds have to be thinking about maintaining this lead. They have 3 goals. They don't need any more at this point. They just need to make sure that Shinjiro doesn't get good opportunities here, as Big Bad Wolf will be bumped into the way. Yellow Crab trying to find an infield play to Kyron, and a lot of demos ringing out here. Chaco takes out the Yellow Crab, as it will go to the midfield here for Porphyra. Friday off the back wall. Yellow Crab will be waiting for it, as Team Serene back to the way. Kyron off the corner. Chaco gets around to one. Another demo on the midfield as Kyron trying to take out Vessel. Friday already up for this one. We'll leave it to the corner. And a lot of aggressive plays here. Shinjiro trying to change their game plan midway through, but it has not yielded anything just yet. Yellow Crab to the back wall. It's open for Kyron, and he'll smash it in. The first of the night for Shinjiro.
Yeah, opts for the double instead. I don't know if it was intentional, but you know, you had a wide open net, going for a double, you know, cementing it. I'm not against it, but there's still some life in Shinjiro here, and they are ready to come back into this one. A minute left on the clock. More than enough time for them to get back into this game, as Yellow Crab is trying to do just that here. Goes up to this guy, looking for a double here, denied by Friday. Is Big Bad Wolf gonna beat out Choco? No, he won't, but Kyron is ready for that one. Vessel now low on boost, can get overwhelmed here, but it's just that second man. Those passes not finding their marks, but a demo here could open something out here. Yellow Crab still on this one for Kieran. Kieran just not finding his way past Vessel. He's just been on that back line constantly. And the defense from Porphyra have been way more solid than from Shinjiro, in my opinion. It's just that a bit of clinicality does go a long way. You had 5 shots. Surely converting more than one would have been a bit better than, like, you know, just hoping one of those goes in. You can't just wait for those open nets, as Vessel will look to put an end to this one. Tries to slow it down, but misses out on the chance to bury it for game 1. But with the 10 seconds left on the clock, I have to say, Sporty, I think this one might be over.
Might as well be here, as Vessel's going to clear this one away. One more goal for Friday. That will end game 1. DSQ, Porphyra, coming out with a bang here. And as I've said before, first seeds have historically struggled in these matches. And Shinjiro is looking like no different at this point at the start of our best of 5. The one good thing that they can say out of this, though, is that it is game 1. There's still a lot of time to recover.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you might as well, like, you know, think about... You have a minute to talk, even without the timeout. You have a minute to talk it through. What happened? Why haven't we played, like, the 15-3 team that we used to play? Why aren't we beating them like we used to beat them? I don't know if it's nerves. I guess the pressure just comes to everyone, and even for Shinjiro here, they're just not that confident, it seems. The passes have been very interesting, you know, miscommunication all around the field. They need to sort that stuff out if they want to lock in for these playoffs, because today is the day. You don't get to have bad days anymore. You need to show that consistency, and you need to do it now.
And I'll say, you said it as well, you can't have bad matches anymore. Everybody here is so good that if you just have an off game, that can really end your bracket here. But for Shinjiro, they have the benefit of being in the upper bracket, but still, you want to keep that life as long as you can. And again, historically, if a first seed wins these matches, they almost always win the whole thing. So Shinjiro is in a position where if they can win this series, surely they set themselves up for success. But Porphyra on the other side, again, trying to take them down here. They already had one matchup in the play-ins to get to this point, so they've been able to have at least a little bit of experience beforehand. DSQ, Porphyra, is one step closer to a spot in the winners finals. While on the other side of the bracket, by the way, is going to be All-Star versus Miasma on the other side of the bracket. So that matchup, whoever wins that one, we'll be going to the winner final as well later tonight on this stream. But for now, we go to game 2. It is Porphyra with game 1, but still, this is a best of 5. They're going to need a lot more work to make sure that they get themselves in that winners finals.
Yeah, but the confidence has to be high, you know, coming out, beating that top-seeded team in your division that's just been wreaking havoc across the whole, I believe it's Glaciers conference, and just, you know, being able to, like, shut them down. And Vessel being very confident in those types of touches. They are following each other up, and they are playing quite well, but they need to keep up that game 1 momentum that they've had. 4-1 is a big scoreline, and that infield pass, they're kind of finding their marks now. It's getting a bit scary here, and Big Bad Wolf will have an open net. No concede, just, he was free. There was literally no contest there. I believe Choco thought this ball was a bit free, but Big Bad Wolf, with the disrespect, takes the lead for Shinjiro in 35 seconds of game time.
It was that Choco thought it was free, is that he didn't have any boost. He couldn't go for it early there, and Friday must not have recognized that because he pushed up very high to challenge that one. It looked like he actually wanted the ball instead of Choco, and that could have been a lot worse here for... That could not have been much worse for this team here. As now down by 1 early here is Porphyra, as shot on, stopped by Yellow Crab. Big Bad Wolf will clear it away as Choco again on no boost has Vessel to support. This one will be pinched towards the blue side of the field here as Kyron. Choco, great first touch again, just very heavily made here, and Porphyra will need the ball cleared away as Yellow Crab. Friday will keep things away here as Kyron to the nets. This one's, what a stop from Vessel. That really should have been goal 2. That was a perfect setup play. Vessel was up just so fast to that one, did not miss his touch, and he's had a couple plays this game where if he doesn't make that touch, things are going to be a lot worse for his roster.
Yeah, the main difference between teams of this rank and this caliber, like, against, in contrast to the teams that are like lower seeded and stuff, these teams plan their plays ahead. They understand what each other are going to do, and they know what types of sabs they want to do. You're going to see a lot more sabs and a lot less giving the ball away, as Kieran right here trying to show us that, not getting that pinch with Crab there. Could have been an interesting goal to concede there for the side of Porphyra, but they're still hanging on, but they need to show us some of that offense that they have had in game number 1 here. Otherwise, they seem to be a stalemate so far. Both teams just a bit of back and forth, Shinjiro seemed to be a lot happier in contrast to Porphyra to stay at this rank. You know, Porphyra was going for more and more after scoring their first goal, but Shinjiro just happy to stay at 1, you know, and apparently just defend as Porphyra are picking up the pace.
Yeah, Porphyra has not exactly been able to get the shots that they want here, and yeah, you said it, Shinjiro look more than happy to let Porphyra walk to them here as an infield play will be once again cut out. Friday. Kieran. Vessel will be up before Big Bad Wolf can get to it, but Chaco's going to choose not to here, and he's got to go back for the save. As another clear will be sent out here. A lot of heavy touches from Porphyra, and that's a sign of a team that is nervous, that is panicking, is a team that clears the ball more than they should be. A lot of clears so far from Porphyra, and simply put, if they aren't able to keep control, they're not going to have any chance to keep offense. As Vessel, that's right in front of the net here, but still no shot on. Again, that 1 goal lead still holding for Shinjiro. At this point, they're just looking to win the challenges, not the shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they know they're on low boost. They know they've been starving them out because of the amount of pressure they've been keeping up, and they've been grabbing their corner boost. But this breakaway might give some breathing room here for Porphyra. They're not being completely smothered out as Crab is looking for Wolf here. Wolf finds the target just wide, actually. Not being able to convert that one. A counter-attack here. Friday weighing in the middle, trying to get that one past Crab, but Crab was there ready to block it. And a lovely clear here. The difference in clears is that Shinjiro keep the sort of pressure and they keep possession after the clearance. Clearances for Porphyra have usually ended up amongst the hands of Shinjiro as Big Bad Wolf tries to get a lovely shot there, but Vessel once again needing to go high for that one, as those clears are just not convincing enough for the side of Porphyra in usual terms.
They haven't kept that possession. That's the difference here that
is
hurt them from game 1. They were able to win out the offense, win out the midfield. In game 2, we have seen none of that continue as Big Bad Wolf, another clear. Shinjiro still leads by 1 though, and they have not exactly been ones looking for that second goal, so they're really playing with fire here, only holding that 1 goal lead. All that Porphyra need is 1 good chance as Chaco can't get a dunk on that one. Friday to leave things in for Vessel as they will go to the back corner here. Vessel now 2v2. As he'll take control, trying to force out Kieran, will do just that. Big Bad Wolf will clear it away. Still unable to get to that midfield line. It's 2v2 at this point. You have to think that this is where Porphyra can be strong, but it will bounce off the sidewall. Vessel, low boost, can use it though, will force out 1 player. Chaco, gonna keep the ball away here, but they need a chance to score. They have not seen it. Vessel, maybe 1 last chance. He's been their best and most consistent player so far, but this one will fall to the floor and will end game 2. Shinjiro won out this game, but it wasn't from their offense. It was really from their midfield being able to force Porphyra into a position that they can't win from.
Absolutely. I mean, Porphyra not keeping that sort of possession after those clearances. It's just been landing back into the hands of Shinjiro, and Shinjiro were happy to just stay back and, you know, enjoy that sort of time, and they've been just trickling the clock that way, even to putting 10 shots on target. Well, registered shots on target, you know, we know how Rocket League is, but in terms of pressure, it's been all Shinjiro, and that midfield, you're absolutely right. Full control of Shinjiro. Porphyra have not been there for that midfield, but now it does turn into a best of 3. You need to, you know, figure out what have you been doing wrong in game 1, what can you do to improve in game 2, game 3, etc. So, no timeouts called yet. Both teams keeping them for, I guess, being pushed against the wall, waiting for that series point pressure to call that timeout, but I'm sure these teams are having talks with each other in between the games as well, because you gotta change something. You've been completely shut out this game by Shinjiro as Porphyra.
Porphyra has been completely shut out, and I think for them it just is that they need to get that confidence back. They won game 1, not because of Shinjiro playing badly, but because they played well. And for Porphyra, they just need to know that they can keep doing that they can continue to play well, that they can beat Shinjiro. They just need to be more confident in themselves. I think for them it's so many heavy clears because they're worried about the pressure. But simply put, Shinjiro's pressure, it's been there, but they haven't scored off it very much. If Porphyra recognizes that their pressure has been a lot better than Shinjiro's in creating chances and actually scoring off of them, surely that's the confidence they need to, you know, re-engage what they did in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, but the pressure is here finally. I missed there. A rare one there from Shinjiro, but Wolf is there to collect the Vessel once again. One of the most confident players, I'd say, from the side of Porphyra. He has been keeping that pressure up. A lovely musty there. Sam Choco! Oh my god, what a save from Crab, and what an assist that could have been. Crazy setup there from Vessel. Now needs to keep it together here as Kieran tries to get one over him. Saved by Vessel to keep it all even, but Shinjiro are not done yet. They're keeping that pressure up, and Friday, once again, not being able to control the ball. They need to take advice from Vessel. They need to show that possession right now, as they haven't been winning out the midfield. I can completely agree with you there. It's just been completely the same old so far.
Exactly had the control that they wanted, but the thing is, they're playing a lot higher up in the field, they're challenging a lot earlier, and they're definitely making Shinjiro have to think a little bit more about what they're going for here, so still able to play well, but still a bit too passive at times. It's a bit awkward here, all three players of Shinjiro in the same spot there. That could have been a lot worse for them had they not gotten that incredibly crucial touch as Vessel gets dunked. Friday will keep it away here. He's going to go for another one here. We'll leave it for Vessel. Friday kind of looking like he's jumping in on that one as Vessel will hold on to this one. Back to Chaco. Vessel, who has really been the glue for Porfiura so far. Every time he's making a touch, it feels like Porfiura just so much more relaxed because Vessel's been so consistent. He has not made a mistake tonight, and every time he's there, he seems like he knows what he's doing. As Chaco, the flick, that's off the crossbar. Two players commit, but it will be cleared away as Vessel will wait back and grab some boost. Now he clears it upfield, but bumped along the way. Yellow cramp with room. Up goes Vessel. Up goes Friday. None of them get it. Chaco will keep control.
I mean, the pressure has just been mounting for both sides, but still, they're both missing that clinicality. And yeah, Vessel has been the starting point, the engine, but a mistake there from Crab could cost them. But Wolf there to collect. No one expected that leave from Crab. Maybe communicating, but a demo here might open something up. A 3v2 temporarily. Choco gets back. Friday low on boost, trying to get this backboard touch. Does it very nicely. Choco over one. Kieran there to collect. And once again, the pressure on the side of Shinjiro, but Wolf gives it away here, and a double commit there from the side of Shinjiro might make things awkward on the back line, but Kieran, once again, the follow-up touch is there, well and alive. Crab now trying to do the same here. Vessel, the last man left alive, but demo from Friday saves them, and a 50 will still go in from Kieran. It was almost done and dusted on the side of defending there. That demo seemed to be the relief, but Kieran pouncing on this 50, beating out Vessel. Just a lot more pressure on that ball, and Vessel kind of slipping away from it.
A rare mistake from Vessel. Yeah, again, I said he's not made many mistakes tonight, and that one, that might be his biggest so far, because that one, he just missed. Simply put, he just missed the challenge, and that's a crucial mistake. As off the back wall, Kieran will clear it away, and Porfiura can't stay as passive as they were before. Off the side wall, now they got to chase. Chaco, not able to take that boost, will really not have much of an easy second touch here as Big Bad Wolf will force it away. Vessel to the corner. Friday, oh, he's not even close to this one, but he does allow Chaco to shoot. That's off the crossbar. Vessel! Top right corner, tie game.
Absolute brilliant pressure here. They finally woken up. A leave there from Vessel even, or Friday, apologies. And Vessel there lurking on the edge of the box, waiting for a mistake to slip up from Shinjiro. Shinjiro have been missing a lot of these, free balls to claim on the back end. I've been seeing a lot of leaves. I don't know if that's communicated or not, but they have been a bit, let's say, inconsistent on that side. And Vessel trying to put this on blast and gets that 50. This time the 50 is on his side, and he takes the lead. The comeback is alive in game number 3.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to show this one up here as a second straight for Vessel. Forget about the mistake he made earlier. Now it's Porfiura who have that 1-goal lead. Just under 100 seconds left here. And who knows, the underdogs might just have another here, but it's a great shot on Vessel. Oh, he missed it. Kieran will take it here. His shot wasn't the best, but it had enough power.
Very true. Vessel just weakly positioned here. Not very ready for that shot. That shot was just beautifully placed. Any more left, Vessel wouldn't have even had a chance, but just unfortunate positioning there, and it's already equal. Within the span of 15 seconds, we've seen those 3 goals on the demo here. Might open something up here. Friday not being able to get that past Wolf on that one. Crab now waiting in the midfield. Wolf trying to deliver this one to him, but gets demoed by Friday. Might open something up here. Wolf needs to retreat because Crab was the third man in that situation here. But Friday, once again, they're not keeping that sort of possession. It's usually the Vessel that's been starting these sort of comebacks, and he's been starting those sorts of play. It's just been him kind of, being the engine of the team. I haven't seen much from the other two. They need to kind of wake up and start taking possession over these touches, and Choco trying to do just that. Friday not being able to finish this one in as Kieran gets a beautiful deny there. Vessel here trying to keep some control, trying to keep that pressure alive, as any goal here could be the winner.
It is. They're waiting on one chance. This might be it! It's trickled in. Choco has it. And DSQ fans rejoice. 1 goal up with 45 seconds to go.
And this is a big game. It's a game that puts you in series points. A game that gives you that breathing room of being able to lose at least one game before getting another chance at that win. But, I mean, I'm sure Shinjiro is not done playing here. I'm sure they're trying to wake up here. Vessel, once again, a lovely touch to the corner here. Crab trying to put something on the counter-attack. Big Bad Wolf up now, trying to slow it down. Plays the backboard. Anyone there? No, Choco claims a very free ball there. That one should have been a shot, I believe, in my eyes. He had too many people commit. He was the last guy ready to make a play. Hitting that backboard, you're not going to get a better chance than that in these last 15 seconds here. Vessel playing that control very beautifully. Friday knowing when to take that ball away as the 10 seconds trickle off the clock now. Shinjiro need to do something here, and this last counter-attack might be the final straw here. That one, still Vessel having it beautifully controlled there. Kieran now trying to find that one. Choco awkward, not being able to make it. And on the 0-second mark, the mistake that will not go unpunished. Kieran sends us into overtime.
Oh dear, Choco. Nothing he can do there once he's fallen off that post. He's tripped at the worst possible time, and in all fairness, that was not a great idea from Vessel to go right in front of his net like that. And, well, now we're in overtime here in Game 3. Match point on the line is Kieran. Blocked early. Friday clears it away. It's a free-headed monster on the side of Shinjiro, but Porphyra have the offensive possession. Wolf trying to win that fifth. Oh, he'll do just that. That's an amazing play to keep going. As Friday will hold on. Oh, he's left this one. Free shot. Early post. Will be stopped by Vessel. Follow that play. Kieran stopped by Friday as he jumps on that one. Early blocks for Porphyra. And Shinjiro continuing the offense from the regulation of Game 2. Or, sorry, Game 3, actually.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins this gets that series point potential, you know? And Vessel is looking a bit dangerous here. Staying up Choco, but denied there. Tipped over the post by Wolf. Keeps Shinjiro alive here. The pressure has mounted for the side of Porphyra finally. They have finally broken out ever since regulation has started. Choco getting it past one, looking for a demo. Kieran being able to avoid and get that touch. Now Crab trying to return the favor onto Vessel. But 1v1 here. Wolf trying to buy some time here. Friday getting it past one, saying up Choco here for a chance of his lifetime. Just badly positioned there. Not ready for the miss from the side of Shinjiro. As I've said, they've been very inconsistent on those types of claims Shinjiro have. Anything regarding the backboard or the front post, it's just not been theirs usually.
It's one of the weaknesses of Shinjiro, but they won't do it. Ignore that as another shot on it. Really feels like a matter of time before somebody breaks here on the side of this one. Is this going to go in? That's a huge save as well. Yellow Crab cleared back by Friday. Porphyra. Man, they're weathering this storm, but I don't know how much longer they can hold on to this. They need some offense. They need some time away from their own backfield. Choco cleared back by the Yellow Crab as midfield is wide open for him to take. Infield pass! Kieran will walk it in! Shinjiro was given room, and that's a mistake you can't make twice.
Yeah, you cannot give these guys room as Kieran. Vessel just missing that 50. It felt like he had it. It felt like he could have gotten a touch to it. Maybe a double jump instead of a flip. But Kieran, he does not forgive. He sends that to the top corner to put Shinjiro on series point.
And I'm sure a lot of people will be talking about Choco at the end of this game. That mistake at 0 seconds. The open net miss in overtime. But the player I want to focus on going into this next game for Porphyra is Friday. He's been very quiet this series. Although Choco has definitely made his fair share of mistakes, he's been in the right position more often than not. Friday has not been, and that's one of the issues I have with Porphyra. You said it, Vessel's been leading this team. Choco has been in the right position, but Friday has been very quiet, and I think he's been in the wrong position far too many times to not go unnoticed there for Porphyra. If they have a chance of winning this, it's going to come down to if Friday puts himself in the right position and makes himself more useful, because in this game, simply put, he just wasn't there.
Gonna add to this one. I don't know if this is even the main roster, just because you have a 1780 CMV player sitting on the bench while Friday, who's a 1705, is playing. I don't know if that was a calculated. Maybe the scrims didn't go as well, but Coupe or Coupe, I don't know however you want to call it. It's with a K, so I couldn't tell you. But the star player looking like he's staying on the bench. I don't know how that's gonna resemble here. I think that's what's kind of keeping Porphyra at a standstill and why Friday hasn't been, you know, performing as well. Not sure if he's the main roster, but CMV says that Coop should be there among the players.
And yet he isn't, and they're gonna have to play without him here, going into game number 4 here. So, upper bracket life on the line now for DSQ Porphyra as Shinjuru. I mean, it's not looked pretty for them, we can definitely agree, but it's been good enough, that's for sure, as now they're gonna have to win a couple more challenges as Vessel pushed up a bit too high on this will bump out Kieran, and for Porphyra, again, another heartbreaking loss. It really feels like they're just not able to finish out some of these games. It's been close, it's been competitive. Those are the games you need to win, and they just haven't been able to do so. As an infield pass, we'll find Friday. And he's the player I'm going to look onto and see if he can really get himself involved here, because if Friday can get involved in offense, Porphyra have opened up so much room for their teammates. It'll be a one-on-one chance. Vessel will keep it out here, but very slow start here. Both these teams posturing for opportunities, but Friday will take one on. Yellow Crab will easily keep it out, but an early chance here for Porphyra. One of what they're hoping to be many opportunities like it.
Yeah, and I have gotten confirmation that Friday is indeed the sub of this team. The star player Coop is not there, but Choco putting this on the backline. Friday missing out Kieran, just beating him out to it. And this one going to Kieran. Kieran looking up to Sap, one of his teammates, but just misses. Maybe a pass would have been better there than to attempt a shot. The angle he was going at looked like a shot, and Vessel here on 0 boost is in trouble here. Wolf trying to flick it over 1, flick it over 2. Friday gets a touch to it. But yeah, playing without your star man, still being able to get that game 1 was a crazy statement to make. You know you can do it because that game 1 has proven so. You just can't make those sorts of mistakes that Choco kind of caused. They should have closed out game number 3. They should have been the ones on series point, yet they're not. And the pressure has been mounting. Friday with another shot, but that one needs to be more clinical.
As Vessel to the back wall, Choco, he doesn't get a good touch there, and that's going to be a free clear. As Friday will be next up as Vessel's waiting back. That's a very heavy touch. That is straight to the Yellow Crab, as he's going to look to take a piece of Choco here, but he'll get out of the way and clear this one wide. Is Kieran taking on the demo. Vessel off the sidewall looks to set up Choco. Another bump here on the Yellow Crab, but this one will only slow things down as Friday does jump in for the play, but it's straight to Kieran, and nobody up there to support him. It's Kieran, 1-on-2, but will be a great force-out play there from Choco. Vessel doesn't really have to work too much to keep it out, and halfway through game 4, no goals yet. That first one will bring the house down, I'm certain.
Yeah, I mean, finally mounting some pressure here. Only 1 shot registered for the side of Shinjuru. You can tell that Porphyra are mounting that pressure. Those shots just need to be a little bit more lethal. Friday had a glaring chance there to put one just above like the halfway point of the net. It would have been fine, would have been in. There's nothing Shinjuru would have been able to do anything about it, but they can't dwell on those mistakes so far. As a pass here comes in from Kieran. Crab not being able to get to that one as he is denied. Infield pass, not finding his mark as Friday is the one cutting it out. He's been a little bit more louder, I'd say, in this game, but not as clinical as I would like him to be. Still, though, the pressure has been mounting. They have been getting those shots. Only 1 needs to go in to get that lead, to get that comfort zone. You don't want to slip up here. It's 0-0. Only a minute and a half left. If you don't want to concede the goal, it's definitely not now.
Vessel off the sidewall. There's a huge chance. That's a mistake! It's wide open for Friday! Oh, it's a huge error! Kieran missed it, and Friday walks this one in.
I don't think Kieran needed even to jump for that one. That one was headed towards no one. He could have taken his time, even controlled it. But he was too far up and gets a very bad touch that costs his team maybe game 4 here. You never know. It's been a bit dead, but Friday almost beating out Crab to a goal here. Vessel now trying to put this one down for a teammate, potentially. Choco not there, being that third man so far. Crab now trying to get onto that backboard, not being able to get a touch there. Kieran now needs to amend for his mistakes. Leaves that one to go by. Maybe giving Choco a bit too much time, too much respect, as he will put this one on target, but Wolf will deny him, and a counter-attack here is mounting. Vessel, the last man back, trying to get demoed, goes underneath one. Friday, the man himself that we've criticized so much, has gone to deny. Very much needed, but those types of misses are going to cost you if you're not careful enough. You still got to keep that consistency up for game 5 as well if you make this one. Oh my God, Sporty, it's
nasty from Yellow Crab. Oh my goodness.
The timing was just not there. I was completely not ready for that redirect. An infield pass that finds his mark. Crab was all. Kieran saw him ready to go. And we're all even. 30 seconds left on the clock. A potential second overtime looming here, Sporty.
I mean, you weren't ready. None of the defenders were ready. Nobody was ready for that one. Yellow Crab may have just given his team a chance to book their tickets to the winners finals as Chaco can't get through this one. Yellow Crab, that's just in the midfield here, and in comes Vessel off the side wall. Open chance, but through the smokescreen, it will be Shinjuru. Vessel, oh, he doesn't have a great challenge here. Can't go for this one as Big Bad Wolf. One last chance, stopped by Chaco. Overtime might be where our destination once more as this ball hits the floor. A second straight game that goes to golden goal. And if there's anyone who's going to be unhappy with this, it's going to be Porphyria. They had the lead, lost it late, and now a chance to win. Kieran will be booking his ticket to the winners finals.
I mean, scoring 2 overtime finishers has to give you confidence going further into this bracket. Once again, a beautiful shot, something that was lacking for the side of Porphyria. Sends them into the upper final. A very important win here. Losing here nets you a really rough trip to the grand finals if you want to make it.
A rough trip here, but that is a spot in the winners finals now here for Shinjuru. So only our second ever top seed to win it. It says on the other side of the bracket, Miasma, continuing the run of teams lower seeds winning their winner semifinals. So they'll be beating All-Star, meaning our winner final is set here. Upper final, I should say. Shinjuru versus Miasma, but yeah, Shinjuru didn't look amazing in that series. They definitely looked a bit shaky, looked a bit off. When they go up against Miasma, they're really going to need to make sure that any mistakes they made this series gets fixed, because Miasma are not going to give them nearly as much room.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if it was like, needing to warm up, needing to adjust to the pressure, but they sure have done that, and the gentleman sweep does confirm it. Kieran, though, just a beautiful performance, getting those critical shots, being so clinical, and I believe even, netting himself the series MVP with 18 shots, 6 goals. Just beautiful, pure pressure. Out of the 8 goals that Shinjuru scored, Kieran scored 6 of them.
Yeah, Kieran absolutely took over at the end of that series, and when his team needed him to be clutch, he was clutch. I mean, 2 overtime winners in 2 straight games. That is, you can't deny the importance of winning in overtime and the importance of getting that winning goal in overtime, and you see that right there. But for now, we're going to be going to that lower bracket to see Porphyria, see if they can keep their season alive as they hit on Oception. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, someone's going to be eliminated.
Yes, sir. And stay tuned. Only 15 minutes left to go. This one did take a little bit longer, but before we go, we're just going to take a little last view of that playoffs bracket. Just before
I'm sorry,
no, it's all right. We're still good. Just gonna give it a bit of a slip, and Deception, gonna be a rough match here, because both teams are sort of that lower seeded team that's not expected to win, so it will get scrappy. Deception definitely booking their ticket here, beating out Nguni 3-1. And Nguni haven't been looking bad the last time I've seen them play, but it's going to be a tough one. And definitely stay tuned for that one, as that one will be on the A stream. On the B stream, you shall be having Centurions against All-Star. And the winner of that will be going to the lower semis. And we will rejoin you then at 7, as we will close this one off right here, right now. And we'll see you right after the break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. A bit of a change on schedule. It used to say that we were going to be following Porphyra through the lower bracket, but you know what? We're going to be changing that up a bit because, you know, let's get a bit of fresh air in here, and we're going to be actually casting for Templar Centurions against Rocket League Ireland's All-Stars. As for the bracket goes, as for the playoff bracket goes, the way these two teams ended up here, I believe Rocket League Ireland got knocked down 3-0 by Miasma. Miasma even got like an A2 game. They crazy 3-0, just a crazy sweep in general. Also, I am joined by the lovely caster named Hodge. Yes, apologies, I almost forgot. Welcome, Hodge.
Gonna say, bro, thought he was doing some sort of RLCS team stream solo cast here for us. Hello, everyone. Yes, it's gonna be a great series, and you know, like you say, there's been prior matches today before this one. There's been action in the upper bracket, action in the lower bracket, and so far all of my predictions have been 100% true. I'm not sure what that's sort of telling me here, but that doesn't usually happen. That's not happened at all. So where's it going to go wrong? Maybe it's here. Don't know. We'll see what it happens. But yeah, it was going to be sort of highlight the match that All-Star just played in the upper bracket, right? Because this match is going to be All-Star taking on the Centurions. All-Star previously in their last match went up against Miasma, and Miasma, well, to a lot of people's surprise, not mine though, they absolutely got ran over by Miasma. I mean, they lost 3-0. One of the games went 8-2 on the scoreline to Miasma, and they're looking for a bit of a bounce back here, Kiki, right? And on the side of Sovereigns, you look at that team, a team who came second in their conference, currently finds themselves squaring off against the team who came first in that same conference when we were back in the sort of league play, conference play. Both of these teams matched up against each other a couple of times in league play, one win to each side. But Centurions, they've got some good momentum behind them, so I'm excited to see what they can do in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in their previous matchups, Centurions even swept them, I believe, one of those games. But yeah, in terms of series, it is 1-1 on league play. And I'm very interested to see what Centurions can bring. I think they're going to be hot off of that kind of, like, win. And they're going to be, like, ready to, like, just pounce and, you know, win as All-Star. I think they're going to have some sort of, you know, maybe not that much confidence because they just got shown up by Miasma very hard, very heavily. So I'm probably thinking 3-1 for Centurions here as a prediction here. What about you, Hodge?
3-1 for Centurions. Well, I mean, I've not been wrong today, and this is probably where it is going to go wrong. But I think for me, there's a little bit of backstory to this. I think this series is quite sort of defining for me as to how I view the rest of this day as a playoffs day. I think obviously we saw the 3-0 sweep come through from Miasma, and that's absolutely brilliant. It's you know, great to see Miasma as a team coming online here. But this is sort of where we get to see if that was Miasma playing really well, if that was RL Island not sort of coming online, if it was a mix of both of those things, because I think if RL Island put up a good fight against Sovereigns here, I'm sort of more inclined to believe that they just needed a bit of time to wake up. But if RL Island sort of get ran over here a little bit, then I am very much of the opinion that Miasma is going all the way and winning this, with the only competition likely being Serene. So I don't know. I think for me, for the predictions of the rest of my day, this series could go either way. This day could go either way, but this is where it's all going to be sort of solidified for me in this series. And RL Island, I hope, I pray, will walk away with this series 3-2.
3-2. Ooh, sending it to game 5. So, yep, over. Sending it to game 5 here. Well, we will look to get the players underway as soon as possible. Of course, you know map 1, the good old Manfield Night. As the players are ready, they are locked and loaded. A bit of yapping going on in the chat. I guess these players know each other. I guess they know us. Maybe, I don't know. We're just, you know, celebrities. There's been the glam thingy recently, and yeah. You never know. As we will get underway here, game number 1, we kick off. Who will be taken to that lower semi-final, I believe? Or maybe even final. I'm not sure. I need to double check the brackets. But yeah, very important game. Tournament life on the line here. Techneo trying to get that one pass. Not being able to take the lead early on. Centurions on the back foot from the kickoff. Nick now trying to get this one past one. Not being able to. Roll. Getting a upfield knock to Nick as well. Trying to get... They've just been a bit of back and forth so far. I don't know if that's Knock, Nick, Knack, or Nook. I couldn't tell you.
It's Nick.
It's Nick. Okay, go
Yes.
ahead. And a lovely save from Nick there as he comes from the heavens, denying All-Star the lead. We have a game on our hands, Hodge. I'm already excited for Mac to take the lead.
I guess when you say someone's name wrong once, it just becomes a running theme for the rest of the series, doesn't it? But yeah, I'm excited to see who's going to get that first goal. Who's going to really start off strong here in this series and show why they deserve to move forward to that lower semi-final, deserve to move forward to the top 4 of the Elite Division here between these two teams. And it is really that scrap of their conference, the scrap of the Ignis Conference here that we're bearing witness to. But who's going to be grabbing that first goal, and who are we going to be witnessing grab that early lead?
You know, you wouldn't expect the first seed and the second seed team to be battling out in the lower bracket, would you?
I would actually. Maybe a hot take. I actually would. Maybe not quite how I sort of figured it would happen. I figured maybe it would happen a little bit later on in the day. But I spoke to some of the players in the Elite Division, and the general consensus, hold that thought for a minute, the goal line save from Nick to continue this sort of deadlock tie at 0-0 here in game number 1. But yeah, I spoke I spoke to some of the players in Elite, and the general consensus seemed that like it was the top teams of the Glaciers Conference were clear of the rest of the teams in Elite, but the sort of general top 6 of the Ignis Conference was better than the sort of 3 through 6 teams of the Glaciers Conference. So I guess most people seem to think the top of the Ignis Conference, the top of the Glaciers Conference is sort of the best, and then the Ignis Conference teams are just sort of the level below, all of them, and then the Glaciers Conference is like the sort of layer below that. So I can sort of believe it. Holy yap.
I would agree with you that I'm not seeing much Rocket League. This is looking a bit dead to me, I will be honest with you. Like, it's just been giving back and forth. There's been no possession being taken from any sort of teams. Look at that. Boom. Pudding. Technio. Back to roll. And it's just a bit back and forth. There's been not much going on. No team taking possession. It looks very scrappy and unorthodox. It's like these teams never played with each other, let alone against each other. Like, it's completely... I'm baffled.
I think I agree with you, and shots now ricocheting off of the crossbar, the post everywhere, and now we're starting to see the counter-attack unfold. But to be honest, I think this, as much as shots have sort of gone both way and not found the back of the net just yet, I think this sort of dead time that we find ourselves in is only actually positive for All-Stars here. I think when you look at how the days unfolded so far for both of these teams, Centurions, they gained a lot of momentum in that early series, and now the time that All-Star has taken to get cooking up has only killed that momentum for Centurions even more. The first goal secured there by Technio, towards the bottom right-hand side of that net. And All-Star, it took them a little bit of time, but they finally find their lead here in game 1.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know what Centurions are doing. It looks completely unorthodox to me. They don't seem to know how to rotate, let alone rotate. They need to lock in a little bit. Even Rocket League Ireland, I'm telling you, I can see why they lost. They don't seem like a team. They seem like they've just queued threes right now and they're together and they're here. Boom. You pick them up off of the street. But putting there, with an easy miss there, Nick might have an option here. Technio saying up roll himself, and he slots it onto the back post. A beautiful shot there, assisted by your one and only Technio. I mean, maybe the wrong team, but you still take those passes.
Yeah, it seemed like a bit of a sort of rush to get back there, a little bit of a rush touch, and All-Star. They're going to sort of like literally hand over a goal to Centurions, but what can they do to try and fight back? Centurions, they've been able to grab themselves a lifeline, but let's see if they can now find another one here in this final minute, or All-Star, are they going to be the ones to respond after that Centurions equalizer? 45 seconds left on the clock, and we're going to get the answer very soon.
You tell me these guys are number 1 seeded. Yeah, I couldn't give you an answer. Sorry, but I'll just.
Silence speaks volumes.
Yeah, sound speaks volumes. You're so right there. Lack of backboard positioning here, it's just been making sort of awkward here for both Centurions and Ireland. They just don't seem to have enough backboard presence for an elite team. This is common in a rival, let alone elite. They need to show up. They need to show something here. As Roll just gives away the ball. He just doesn't want to follow it. That one was free for him. Maybe he didn't realize, but as the last few seconds count down on the clock, we will be heading into our first overtime unless Nova has something to say about it. He's trying to get one past. It's a 50 there, a lovely one as that. We'll hit the ground. We have our first overtime. Not as exciting as I would like the overtime to be, but we have an overtime, Hodge. I like a golden goal.
We always love a golden goal, right? And I think the question right now is obviously who's going to be the one to get it. And we might find that very quickly as Moggy's starting to apply some of that early pressure in this overtime here. But I think this could be a real series dictator for both of those teams, right? We look at these teams, obviously both teams who've played against each other before from the same conference, and it has gone the way of both of them in their previous meetings. But right now, it's looking like it could go the way of All-Star, but no, it's slammed shut in their face. How's that one not gone in? I've got no idea whatsoever. But All-Star, they're not sending that second man. They're playing it a little bit safe, and you can see why. But sometimes you've just got to take the risk.
They have woken up here. They're finally kind of taking their time here, and no, he's just giving it away. Okay. Well, as soon as I, cast the custom, they were taking position, and they were actually looking like the better team for the minority, let's say, of the overtime, because they just keep giving the balls away, and they keep getting in each other's ways. They just keep getting those unnecessary touches, which might open something here for the side of Centurions as they try to get an infield pass, but your infield man has just been demoed, not the ideal solution to the problem. Moggy takes to the skies, or the ground, either works here as roll. It's a 50 there. Nick now setting up a backboard double tap, denied by Technio. Just a bit of back and forth shooting here. No dangerous shots yet. The only one we've ever seen was actually from Ireland at that deny from roll on the back line.
Moggy now taking things to the sky. Technio gonna deny. Demos threatening here from the side of Centurions, but not quite anything on that side of things. All-Star looking to turn the play around, looking to sort of have another shot at this one, but it's going to be picked up by Rollback. He's taking things away, and Rollback for this Centurions team across the entire season been such a crucial sort of piece in their sort of chess set. When it comes to the defense, Centurions, they've really had it locked down, and talked to them in an interview themselves, and they said that Roll, just as a player, was really just that key player in the defense, keeping their lines cleared and allowing the rest of the team to sort of work the upfield, work that attack line. But got to step up even more here in this overtime if they want to start breaching this All-Star defense, because they're doing some pretty good defending themselves right now. But hang on a second, hold that thought. Things could all start to crumble.
Oh. Nova was there to deny it, but that was a bit spooky there. It still is spooky. Nick in the center trying to wait for that ball. Waits patiently right there. They're on 0 boost. They have no prayer, but that demo yields some sort of relaxing deep breath that they need to take. And finally they're on the counter attack, but they do give it away, and this one is dangerous. Roll is up here alone, no boost though to convert this one. Nick with a lovely upfield pass to him, but just no boost in the tank for Roll to turn this one into the goal. This one might be dangerous as the demo here looking for Nick. Pudding just misses. Just misses. Not much needed.
You can't just miss at this level. Come on, it's Nova gonna miss. Oh, he's got it on target, but the save coming through by Nick, and that is Centurions keeping their lines clear for the time being. But now we're going to have to see if All-Star can sort of recover. I'm getting team names mixed up left, right, and center. Just bear with me. But one thing we're not getting mixed up with is the shots, is the saves, and it's all coming through from both sides here. Both teams showing everything they've got to deliver for us here at the RSC-eu in the playoffs, and both teams battling to start off well in this series, and both teams are very deserving, of a top 4, but only one team can claim it, and Moggy getting the first game on the board here for Centurions, and really flipping it on its head after All-Star kicked us off, saying, you know what, we're still in this fight, we're fighting back, and an almost 800-point game from Moggy, the last season elite champion, looking to go back and defend it here. Centurions, the first game.
Lovely little, just a beautiful counterattack. Finally, they have stringed together a pass and a shot, and it means a lot because, it's not just winning game 1. You need to win 3. You need to keep that going, and Technio out here for a car swap early on. might prove to improve the metal, but mental. Yes, that's the word I wanted to say. But yeah, 12 shots. You gotta be converting more if you're Centurions, as well as All-Star. I believe they had like maybe even 10 plus shots, and they just weren't able to convert more than one. You need to get that clinicality on the line. You need to get those plays kind of rock and rolled. You know, you just gotta roll out the attack. I have to say, Hodge. It's just they haven't been doing that for me.
Yeah, you have to roll out the attack. You've got to get things rolling. You might have to send in rollback noodles at the end of the day, because that's clearly what worked out for Centurions in that game. But will it be similar in game number 2? Or have All-Star learned from their previous sort of experiences here in game number 1? Also, I just want to give a massive shout out to the sun here. I know you can't see my face cam right now, but the sun is just sort of ruining the lighting that I've got going on here, so not really a fan, although it is pretty useful in the grand scheme of things. But one thing we will be doing right now is we'll be getting rid of the sun. We'll be heading down to Forbidden Temple, and we will be scrapping in game number 2 to see who is going to put their best foot forward here in the second game of the series. And already some early pressure from All-Star, but that's been taken away and swept out by Centurions.
Yeah, I mean, they have been showing a bit of offense early on here, All-Star. That pressure could have landed them a kickoff goal, but this one, a bit of overcommitment there. Both players on the front post. The rotation is definitely not there for All-Stars. I cannot tell you how this team would have made number 1 here, because their rotations are worse than the rival teams so far. They just need to lock those kind of in, just to take that defensive edge and then maybe start some counter-attacks going. Techneo now on the ball, trying to get over 1. But Nick there to collect. Lovely backboard presence just to get another touch here. Leaves it down for Moggy! Denied by Pudding. Yeah, Captain Pudding just having none of it. Trying to get a lovely 50 here. Pass, roll, not being able to get. So far, Nova on the attack. Trying to get past one, but denied once again. The backboard presence is definitely there for Centurions. Something that Ireland have been missing so far.
They really have. And how can they change that? How can they redirect that? How about just sending Nova off the pass? But what a wonderful pass that was coming through there. Off of that sidewall. Techneo. Oh my word. All-Star on the board here in game 2.
Yeah, just a beautiful play there coming out. I mean, beautiful individualities there. It's not much of a team play as much as it just piling on the pressure as a unit, which was very good here for the side of Ireland. I guess if you can score more, you don't need to defend. You know, sometimes it's like that, Hodge.
Sometimes it is, and sometimes you've got Nova with a car on top of his bonnet, but it's going to be blocked away. Moggy getting that crucial save at the last second. And 1 minute 30 into this game, we find ourselves at. Nick going to have to now guide this along that side wall. Going to drop for Moggy, though, and possession still going to be on the side of Centurions. Being knocked up into the sort of midfield area, but rollback. He's there. He's looking for the double down. He's got the right angle, but just bouncing a little bit too high there. And Centurions, they're really fighting right back to try and equalize this second game.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of need to bring it back. You know, they haven't been as dominant as they have in the first game. They've just been kind of giving away the ball, and right now that one's dangerous. Captain Pudding can't convert it. Noodles gets a touch on it and gets it away. Open net for Moggy, and no, he skied it to the left of the goal. It was wide open. You gotta be converting those shots if you're a second-seeded team, otherwise you're gonna get punished. And Pudding is looking to do just that. Denied by Moggy, though. Just a bit unfortunate there. Yeah, just a bit unfortunate there, Hodge.
A little bit unfortunate. And now Centurion's going to have to try and rewrite the fortunes of this game. And it's rollback Noodles who equalizes things here. It took them a little bit of time to get on the board, but so was the case for the last game. And so was the case that Centurions walked away with it. Will we see a repeat here? Or have All-Star got a response locked away somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, Centurion's looking lively a bit. Those shots have been coming through. I mean, I'm going to say both of these teams, it's going to be a matter of individuality. Who makes less mistakes? Because the way they're playing, it's not going to be a team beating out the other. It's more going to be like which team can punish the other more for making these misplays. As Nick tries to get over one, just get over two. Moggy over last and roll back as an open net. He converts it. A lead perished. Just like that, Centurions take it back in a comeback fashion. 2-1 for Fort Templar.
Well, the comeback kings of the Ignis Conference certainly showing their worth right now. 2 minutes away from match point, and that'll put them 1 game away off the top 4 of the Elite Division. But still some work to do here. Still an All-Star to keep out of the score sheet. And that All-Star has proved time and time again this season that they are the shining stars of their conference. One more time is all you have to do it. And that'll just be to sort of level things up here. Still many more times after that would be needed. But 1 minute 30 still remaining here and plenty chances available.
Yeah, I mean, minute 20 is a long time. You can even score 2. You can end it in the regulation if you want to right now. But you got to take some possession, take some initiative. Captain trying to find the man in the middle here, which is Nova. Nova setting up the last man. But Techneo just not being able to convert. And a lovely little redirect there from Nick. Not finding its target, but was a dangerous one. Forcing the defenders of All-Star to rush back. So far, it's been a bit of a stalemate here. A demo, though, could open something up here. Unfortunate touch there could yield a goal, could yield the finishing touch here for Centurions. It's just been a back and forth. Not as many shots as in the first game. It's been a bit of a calmer game, a little bit of a more passive game, as both teams would like to, you know, slow it down, I guess.
Well, speed up is all we're going to have to be thinking about right now. And that's the case for Moggy, speeding up, zooming along that sidewall, ready to hurl Centurions into a 2-0 lead here in the series. But now we find ourselves with just over 30 seconds left and 2 goals that need to be taken by All-Stars. They've managed to find early momentum in both games so far on our screens, but these little mistakes keep sort of playing a little bit of a victim to them, and that's costing them games, costing them a potential series, and potentially costing them their entire tournament here in the RSC-EU Elite Division. But now, 10 seconds remaining, Game 2 pretty much wrapped up, pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered here by Centurions. And the reverse sweep angle and a timeout is what All-Star now have to be looking at.
Yeah, after that goal as well, gotta be something you're looking at. They all left the match to, I guess, confer with each other. I mean, they might not know how much they have left on the clock because it only starts after you enter the second lobby. But you know, however it works for them. As yeah, they need to get something going here. They've been playing very discombobulated. They don't look like they even deserve to be in these playoffs. They haven't showed up as a first-seeded team. I know they haven't had a good track record, but like, if you're gonna do a showing like that as a first-seeded team, twice, first getting swept out, knocked out of the waters by Miasma, and now getting destroyed by Centurions, getting pushed back onto a serious point. I don't know, Hodge. I don't know what they have to change.
I, to be honest, think it might be a sort of mental block, to be honest, because I don't understand. I don't play competitive Rocket League, so I'm sort of unsure when it comes to stuff like this a lot of the time. But I think a lot of the time when we see a team perform so well to such a high level in the league play, they've showed us what they can do, right? We know they've got the skills to take down some of these teams, especially a team who they've already beaten once before. I think it just could be a bit of a mental block, to be honest, and they're taking that extra little bit of a timeout to see if they can work around that, keep the vibes high, and see what they can do to try and get themselves back into this series. But that 1 minute timer now going to be getting itself underway from now, as we've just got ourselves into the lobby, and we'll see how this timeout's going to sort of affect this All-Star roster, as they well and truly have their backs right up against the wall, and a team who many people thought would go the whole way, winning the entire division, currently finding themselves one Rocket League match away from being eliminated from the tournament as a whole in fifth to sixth place. So it's really crunch time here for this All-Star team. But Kiki, this is where moments are made. This is where you've got to show up. This is where you sort of show that you're better than all these other teams, and that is the reality that All-Star are facing.
I was gonna say, you primed that reverse sweep prediction right there. And yeah, this is definitely a game you need to start getting that comeback in. Otherwise, your hopes and dreams, no matter how good you did in league play, if you're not gonna show up, if you're gonna have a bad day as a #1 seed team. You don't deserve to be here. You need to be consistent. You need to be that much more clinical than the other teams. And being shunned out by Miasma down here is a rough one, especially having a game that went 8-2. You know, it's a rough showing, Hodge, a rough showing. But I hope they can get something going here during the timeout. The main issue I'm looking at here is they're not playing as a unit. Individually, I haven't picked out anyone as like a certain player. I've just seen Nova, Techni, and Pudding, all three playing the same role. They're not even like, you know, kind of like splitting up, as Centurions do have that like Noodles in that back line, collecting those, you know, loose balls as third man, just sending them up constantly, as you have said. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts on this? I need to know. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, my thoughts is timeout over, go, 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 and we'll get the players in the lobby. But to be completely honest with you, I'm unsure on how this is going to go. I don't really have any thoughts because of how surprised I am that All-Star are in this position. And now they've got to try and get themselves out of a hole that is just, unfortunately for them, dug deeper and deeper. First seed of the conference just seems like a curse at this point, Kiki. And, well, it's up to All-Star to take things into their own sort of hands here to try and fight back. But it's not happening.
Nah, Noodles doesn't think so. They've just been discombobulated. They've just been dismantled once more. Nick, with a beautiful infield pass towards Noodles. We're seeing that team play that they've been lacking. I've said this, Centurions, game one, both teams have looked like they've been at random threes roster. Centurions now looking like an actual roster in comparison to All-Stars. They've just been showing that much more clinicality, and the plays that have been binding this team together are coming to show, as Noodles, once again, that third man, ready to collect any of those loose type of areas. He has been the one that's been kind of, you know, managing that back line, and maybe the front line with a shot like that. Nova, though, denies him. And with a, you know, if you're Rocket League Ireland here, if you're All-Star, you're definitely going to be happy that you can see in the first minute rather than the last minute.
Yeah, well,
Oh, no.
now
Oh,
starting
no.
to see the offense cook a little bit here from All-Star, but it needs to cook a little bit more, it seems like. We've turned the oven on, put a chicken in the oven, and we've set the oven to about 15 degrees. We've got to get cooking, but on the other side of things, Centurions, they're so dialed in, they're so ready to go, and Moggy slotting it into that goal. 2-0 deficit here for All-Star, and they are just getting absolutely hammered today. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm not sure what's happened. But the team who was one of the favourites in the league might just find themselves out in top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna knock out a lot of predictions out the water, but I gotta say, I'm disappointed. I'm honestly disappointed in the showing that I have showed so far. It's been all Centurions so far, and they have played more like a team rather than Ireland have. I mean, I guess that's kind of what you get when you're just hoping your reputation will bring you through these playoffs and not your skill. You can definitely tell that Centurions have put in a lot more work in the off-season. Well, not off-season. Well, in between the season league season and the playoffs. You can tell that they've come out a lot more prepared than All-Star have, as All-Star seem to have just relied on, you know, let's play like we did in league play and we should be fine, while other teams have been preparing that much more.
Well, let's see if the setup can now come through as the pressure starting to build here once again for All-Star. Seems like time and time again this has happened, and every other time it's just been swept away, swept clear, and now they find themselves with a 3v1, and once again, it will be saved by Centurions. An All-Star go home with nothing, but now they continue this pressure, they continue this offensive charge, still not able to find that goal, and now Centurions are able to start to begin fighting back. But you mentioned earlier on, you mentioned sort of reputation here in the Elite Division, and when you talk about reputation, you've got to talk, hang on a second, hold that thought, how's that one gone in? Not sure, but the goal has been put away nonetheless, and that lead cut in half. But as I was saying before that sort of happened, when you talk about reputation in the Elite Division, you've got to talk about Moggy, right? Previous last season champion of the Elite Division and looking to do it once again here, Kiki. And I probably mentioned it at the worst time possible, but All-Star, they're going to try and fight to deny that, but they've got a long way to go. On the other side of things, Centurions and Moggy, they're just looking to the back-to-back, and they've got a long way to go, but it's all about setting the pace now.
Yeah, true, and that goal seemed like more of an error from the side of Centurions rather than a play from Ireland. They still need to get that offense going. If Centurions continue playing the way they're playing, and if All-Star don't change anything, this is going to end in the way of Centurions, and with no doubt in my mind, I'm sure that a bomb play like that, I think they're looking for more goals. I don't think they're done. I don't think they're done at 2. They're ready for more, and Moggy seems to think so, as a layoff from Noodles doesn't come to fruit here. Just a bit more of a casual game here, I'd say, for the side of Centurions. They don't seem to be trying much. They seem to just be enjoying hitting the ball away, you know, knowing that All-Star really can't do anything about it unless something like that appears. An own goal all looming. Nick, no! He calculated that. He knew the dimensions of the net. He's just back passing to himself off of the crossbar there, Hodge. Don't worry about it.
Well, I know a wise man once said that Nick is a goal scorer, but I didn't think he meant in his own net. And 1 minute still remaining here to see if Centurions can keep it out of their own net as All-Star look to try and even the odds here. But they've got a lot of work still to do, and they've still got Moggy to contend with on this offense. Rollback, trying to keep it back in that half. Techno has to be the savior here, and is for All-Star. But now 30 seconds still remains, still left to go. And that one goal still going begging here for All-Star.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds left to go. It's not a lot of time, but we've seen a lot of buzzer beaters today, yesterday. Both playoffs they are ready for those 0-second types of goals, and they just need to get one right here, right now, and they need to get counterattack going, but they keep giving the ball away. That's not what you need to do. That's definitely the reason you do deserve to be out in this sort of scenario. I don't know if it's not your day, but those types of excuses are over.
Hang on.
What? Target post denies, and all hopes have plummeted. Centurions cement themselves into the lower semifinals, I believe.
Yes, they do. Centurions 3-0 sweeping one of the tournament favorites of All-Star, and I believe it is, in fact, the lower semi-final. You are correct. I'm looking at the spreadsheet right now. So, yeah, Centurions, they will move forward to face off against Illusory Deception, who 3-0 swept DSQ for Fura. I don't know. Someone correct me if I'm wrong there. But yeah, lower semi-final is going to be Fort Templar Centurions taking on Illusory Deception. Upper final, Team Serene Shinjiru versus Deathcloud Miasma. Your top 4 of the Elite Division that are moving on for the rest of today to really fight in those big matches later on. But let's get a look at this series overall. 3-0 sweep here for Fort Templar. And, well, when you look at certain players who made an impact this game, Kiki, I think there's a couple of different mentions that you can go towards, right? But one has certainly got to be Moggy. It was was leading the charge here in offense for this roster, and in the end is what helped them to get over the line, what helped them to get that top 4 lower bracket semi-final locked in. But now they've got a mission, they've got a sort of goal here, and they've got to continue working towards that throughout the day as we look towards our playoff bracket. As you can see on your screen, lower semi-final, Centurions versus Deception. That will be played here. That will be played on the B stream after a little bit of a break. But on this very stream, next up, we will have the upper bracket final, if you look towards the top half of that bracket. And that will be Shinjiru, Team Serene Shinjiru taking on Deathcloud Miasma, winner of that growing to the grand final. And I think I just want to get your thoughts on that matchup in a second, Kiki, because I feel like between those two teams, they are, at least in my eyes, the titans of their division, the titans of the sort of elite division as a whole, not just their conference. I mean, both of those teams going 15-3 in league play, both of those teams putting up incredible performances throughout their sort of clashes against each other, and so far throughout each other's performances, it's gone one way or the other. It's 1-1 in their sort of tied series, in their series between each other and the matchups they've had. So a deadlock going to be broken. But I want to know, but before we go to a quick break, who would you place your bets on?
You know what? I'm gonna leave the chat on a cliffhanger. You're gonna find out at 8.
Oh, I can't do that. Oh, you're casting the series.
Because I will be back in 20 minutes. I'm gonna do some extra research and I gotta come back with you that one. Nah, but without joke, I will say I'm leaning towards miasma a bit, but after a bit more research, I might change it. So you know, you never know.
Don't
You
change
never
it.
know.
Don't change it.
but
You've got to believe.
no,
You got to believe.
not saying anything. Stay tuned to find out. We'll be back with you very shortly. 20-minute break.
for she's listening right down the hall. You cannot say we will not evolve. So we set sail, carry on, moving forward to take another step in the proper direction. Out of sight, out of mind, it's no wonder we never seem to exist. Straight
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The time has come. Something you've all been waiting for. It's not the upper final, it's my prediction. I'm joking. Anyway, it is the upper final, and I am in a bit of a ninja mood, you know, so far with the headband and everything, but I will be joined by a glorious caster nonetheless. It will be Kingsman Gas. Welcome, Kingsman.
Thank you. I am more than excited for this elite upper final. Shinjiru, the only first seed remaining, as we watched All-Star get double swept out of the tournament once and twice to be sent home with nothing. And we're left with Shinjiru and Miasma, who sent them down in that first sweep, live on. So we're sure in for an exciting upper final.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have come out shooting very hard so far. If we take a look at the playoff brackets, we see Shinjiru took down Porphyra earlier on this very stream, and Miasma, we've heard rumors. We've heard loads of rumors. You could have seen everything on the B stream. It was a massacre. There was a single game there, Kingsman Gas, 8-2 to Miasma. Crazy stuff has happened. Crazy stuff. But yeah, I mean, upper final, some would even say that this is a more important game than the grand final. Some would say that the win of this game guarantees you the trophy, which it does if you're confident enough, because it does get you that bracket reset. Kingsman, enlighten us. What is a bracket reset?
Well, a bracket reset, for those of you who don't know, if you go through upper finals and happen to lose the first best of 7, there's another best of 7, as you technically are the only team that haven't lost a life in the playoff, with the playoffs obviously being double elimination. That is how it works. So it is extra important. However, yesterday, that bracket reset was insufficient when Mirage made that lower bracket run. So getting through uppers is a big advantage. How it could have been you fumbled a game 5 in upper in this exact stage.
Yes,
has been in that grand final. But yeah, it's massive. Having that bracket reset in hand is good, and having the hour break as well can be even better for the players to chill and digest what is going on. But to get into the actual series, we have to look at predictions, and I'm going to go first, because I know you've been sort of edging chat a little bit.
Yeah.
Prediction. So I've given it to Shinjiru in game 4. I still believe Shinjiru's chemistry will be enough to push them through on the day. As good as Miasma have been looking, I feel like Shinjiru will be the stronger unit here. And Kiki, the big reveal, it's here.
I'm taking the band off. It's not gonna be ninja mode for me. For me, it's gonna be 3-1 to Deathcloud. The other way around. I'm thinking Miasma have this one. I'm thinking Shinjiru will prove to be a tough cookie to crack. Maybe gets a game back, but definitely I'm interested to see what Miasma has shown against All-Stars. They keep that pace up, they shouldn't have any problems here. But, you know, it's a clash of the titans here, Kingsman. Anything can happen. You never know. These two teams, they always bring the drama. I'm even hoping for a game 5. I haven't predicted a game 5, but I'm hoping for one. I don't mind being wrong in the prediction. I just want that game 5. The players have joined the lobby. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, something you're all here for. We shall be getting these players into the lobby. Mansfield Knights starting it off. A best of 5 to get yourself that bracket reset and a ticket to the grand finals. Kingsman Gas, are you ready?
More than ever, as we are kicked off here in game number 1 of the Elite Upper Final. Starting off with Trout, nice bit of control. He is demoed up, an immediate shot from RMD. Catches the Shinjiru backline napping. And it's a dream start for Miasma. Trout linking up with RMD. And it's Miasma who start off strong.
Yeah, beautiful trio there. And I've heard, I mean, even though CMV doesn't say it so, Jag, an RLCS coach, in fact, is actually going to be coaching and behind the scenes of this game. They have their coach present during this game, and they will have all that 4-man advantage that they need to. As he has proved to be an excellent coach over the years in the past of RSC and RLCS itself, but so far, it's already yielded them a goal, you know. I'm not saying anything, but I'm liking the teamwork that's coming out here from Miasma. Something that Shinjiru haven't been showing as much from game number 1 against the Porphyra roster, I believe, but still, nonetheless, the pace is set. Miasma with a goal lead right now, looking to make it 2 is Alfinho, as this one doesn't net the back of the net here. Trout not reading that one, but that one is a free shot maybe there for RMD just not being able to get that one. Alf looking for Trout in the middle. Trout with a slot, but Crab denies. And finally, we're seeing a bit of structure here come out from Shinjiru. Finally, that defensive pace that they've been waiting for.
Yeah, defensive pace. They're matching Miasma finally in the final third, but if they're not matching them in the upper third, they will stay behind for the rest of the game as Kyron takes the ball to the corner. It's 50 with Trout. Trout, though, goes all the way, beating 2. And Alfinio up, gets the dunk on the Yellow Crab, but no man is there to challenge Kyron, who beats 1. Just 1 man to beat. It's Kyron versus Trout here. Trout goes low, but it's a very nice clearance away from him. No follow-up allowed from Shinjiru. Yellow Crab again to the corner, cleared by Trout once again, and again by Trout. An absolute brick wall on the back lines he is for Miasma, and well, Shinjiru are giving it something here, but not enough to break down the wall.
Great lob there coming out here. Could stop RMD here with a bump, lowers down for Alf, but Alf flips away from the ball, thinking he can't reach it in time. Trout, once again, that defensive line, a one-man army between those sticks, keeping it together. And a Rule 1 will net us a 2v2 here as Crab trying to get this one early. They want to start the comeback. They want to end this one in regulation even, but Alf doesn't seem to think so as he's looking to put one more behind the net, but the Rule 1 was broken. We shall find out who the culprit was, I can promise you that, but so far, whoever broke it, I'm hoping they concede. No matter the predictions, no matter anything, whoever broke it, they deserve to be conceded on here, guys.
Yeah, they do, and how they haven't is absolutely surprising. But what a bench between Trout and RMD, showing the true meaning of teamwork here. Whether it's intentional is to be decided, but a beautiful play, Shinjiru, not expecting it. And Miasma double their lead here and are looking comfortable, Kiki.
Yeah, you love that 2-goal cushion as well. Half of the game gone already, and Shinjiru haven't showed almost anything. There hasn't been any sort of dangerous chances from them. Like, they haven't, like, shown us some... They have put some shots on target, yes, registered on the Rocket League leaderboards, blah, blah, but still, nothing of consequence so far. I mean, everything has been cleared away easily. Trout there being that defensive line, but a bump here might prove something dangerous, but no. That one is cleared away and kept in possession by Alf. Alf looking to the middle, finding Trout. Denied by Kieran. As Shinjiru do mount a counterattack here. RMD gate over 1. Just not enough height on that one. He thought he had it. He thought he had the net all to himself, but denied right there. Once again, Trout coming in as a brick wall, but this one might yield a goal off the post. And it's still a 2-goal lead. Shinjiru will be kicking themselves after that one.
The post, they always like to say, is the 4th man for any team. And, well, the 4th man certainly serving Miasma there, who looked to push on, looked to find that 3rd goal here. But it's cleared away by Shinjiru. Big Bad Wolf and Kyron double commit. But Yellow Crab dives in as last man. He does get the ball passed into the corner. RMD, though, such a player with such prestige in the elites here, looking to go and win it again. Brings it forward. Yellow Crab, though, looks to take it down the other end. Big Bad Wolf cleared by Trout. Alf gets it away, and RMD sends it down the field, relieving any pressure at Kiki with 2 goals deficit. I think time is against Shinjiru.
Absolutely, 50 seconds left on the clock, but a breakaway is something that they would need right now. Kieran trying to find that infield pass to Crab, but RMD splits it apart. Looking to convert this one for a 3rd. Misses it, but sets up Alf, which delivers the killing blow for Miasma. Shinjiru, no hope for this game. 38 seconds. It might have been possible with 2, but Alf says not with 3.
3 is possible, but they'd need 2 very quick goals, and Shinjiru have looked stunned. Every move that they throw, Miasma have had an answer, and Trout clears that away, killing even more time here as Crab takes it past 1. It gets a 50 with Trout. Goes to Crab. Alf versus Crab now on the wall. Looks for the pass middle. Can he get there? No, it's beaten away by the Miasma defender. And the Kyron, bit awkward on the back line. Shot from RMD off the post. And Miasma giving it their everything. They do not want to give Shinjiru a sniff of anything in this game. Bump on the back line. RMD with the shot. Bump again.
Oh, beautiful.
Lovely play from Miasma. And they are showing they are in total control here, Kiki.
Yeah, absolutely. The teamwork is all there. The comms are there. Just beautiful. All 3 players delivering and firing on all cylinders. They're playing like a unit. Shinjiru they haven't been looking very confident. Even though they won that first game against Porphyra 4-1, they haven't been looking confident. That crossbar is gonna say no to even some sort of like, it's not even a symbol. It's just, you know, you gotta be able to score at least. You're like a first-year team. Bring us a challenge, you know, and Shinjiru gonna have to talk this one over, definitely. But Miasma have nothing to worry about. If they keep firing on these cylinders like this, they could even be on to win the whole thing.
Yeah, no worries, as you said. And that for Shinjiru, they did not need that last-minute miss. I think Mental would have been fine with that 4th goal, but then missing the open net, he had so much time, and I don't think he realised it. That is just even worse pain for him. But I know this team is a tight unit. They won't be feeling any mentality issues. But for Miasma, as you mentioned, what a dream start. 4-0, completely dominant, and they will look to push on here. Shinjiru not going to call a timeout of anything as of yet. But do not be surprised if we see the same thing happen in Game 2 if there is an immediate timeout. But we're going to head now to Forbidden Temple, where will we see Miasma continue their Game 1 dominance, or will Shinjiru finally have the cards in their favour?
You know what I think about these timeouts? Sometimes I think they're used a bit too late. I think it's okay sometimes to use it in the, like, right after Game 1. Everyone expects it like, oh, it would be too early. Yeah, but it's kind of too late if you do it 0-2 down. You gave yourself breathing room for only one game, and you definitely, like, needed to figure out what went wrong there. You showed nothing. You need to change that play style to kind of get back into the series. And you're trailing 1 behind. It's not a good sign here, but if they think they can do it, that's completely up to them. I'm not the one to judge here, but RMD, very solid. No nonsense defending there. Gets a lovely 50. Alf cleared upwards, looking towards the open net. And the third man in Kieran, a bit too overextended, a bit overzealous here, thinking he could get to that one, but Alf sees the weakness, sees the bomb right corner, and rifles it to take the lead.
Yeah, Shinjiru desperate for that opening goal here, but not working. Maybe signs of worse to come yet. And it's a good 50 up here. Maybe they might use the redirect rival tactic of substitute every game until you can win. But Alf double commits on the back line, and Trout saves it wide. And it's a brilliant bit of defense. RMD pops it over, and a scare for Miasma in the back lines, but nothing in their net yet.
I quite like that one, Kingsman, to be honest. I quite like that one. But we're back on the way here as, yeah, only a minute off the clock. Shinjiru are happy that they have a lot more time than they used to have. Being 2 goals down with only a minute and a half left last time. Now they actually have some breathing room to make that comeback. But they haven't scored a goal this series so far, even though the net was looming open for multiple chances here. Those shots are just not finding their targets so far, Kingsman. I have to be honest.
No, they aren't, but they're having a good spell of possession here. And RMD is challenged on the back line. Low boost, bumped, shot onto the crossbar. Alf, no read. Double not found. Trout gets it away and scares in the back line. And Shinjiru still not able to punish, but it's Kyron looking for the touch over RMD. Good 50 to the backboard. Trout, awkward clearance though. It's picked up by Big Bad Wolf, who gets the 50 now, and it's a big clear, but it's not cleared enough. Shot top corner forces Alf into another save, his second of the game so far, but Miasma look more than comfortable absorbing this pressure here. 3 saves, and yet Shinjiru are wondering how they haven't scored.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference I'm seeing is the defensive positioning. Look, Big Bad Wolf was in the middle of the net. If that one went backboard for anyone that was looming back post, that could have been in. Whilst when you see defensive positioning from Miami, it's been coached. It's the same coach that's taught Redirect, well, a long time ago, to do that sort of positioning in Rival. But you can always see that there's always a player back post ready for that backboard touch, and you can always see there's a player front post waiting for that initial challenge or a chance at a shot. It's just been so comfortable defending here for the side of Miasma. They haven't had any issues, and Shinjiru are proving to be not even the slightest threat.
They haven't, no threat at all, but double commits from Miasma will slow down their offense as Kyron gets the clear. Bump on the third man, and a big bump from Trout, sacrificing himself so the defense of Miasma can hold strong. Demos coming out now from the Yellow Crab as they look to find the key. to break the lock, and this could be open for Trout now. No angle found. RMD mid. Nothing finding again. Big Bad Wolf. 50s Alf. Yellow Crab takes it up. 50s again. Alf looking to do it all himself. Looking to be the star man here. Can't find it. And now you just sense Kiki, Miasma are finding their feet again in the offense.
Yeah, I mean, they're finally re-engaging and maybe sorting those communication errors that they had with the double commit and stuff like that. They seem to be just very confident, taking possession instead of giving the ball away very instantly. This one trying to find RMD. RMD not being able to get to the end of that one. Wolf gets it back to Kieran. Kieran to Crab. We're seeing some passing plays come out here. Will they yield any fruit? Alf doesn't think so. As he takes this one, leaves it for RMD. RMD tries to take over here, looking for someone in the center to put that 2-goal cushion back into their hands, just like in game number 1 here. Only a minute left on the clock once again. Kingsman, time is not on Shinjiru's side.
It's not, however, it's less of a deficit. All they need is one moment, Shinjiru. I mean, one moment they've been looking for 10 minutes, but all they need is that one moment to break down the defense of Miasma, and this could be it. Kyron's up. RMD, though, not pressured enough. And a brilliant 50 from Alf. Could this be a shot from Alf? It is a shot from Alf. And he slots his second of the match. And he kills all that Shinjiru momentum. Big Bad Wolf misses it on the goal line. And Alf slots it home.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with their performance so far. Their defense, just pure class. They've had less shots, but their shots have definitely been more threatening than any of Shinjiru so far. We haven't even said like, oh, Shinjiru, they've had a chance. No, they haven't had a chance for 2 series. They've had that one open net in the last second that they could have taken as a consolation goal in game number 1, but so far, they've shown nothing. It's like there's no cracks in this Miasma defense. They've just been a stone-cold defense. Brick wall. Shinjiru, nothing they can do about it, and definitely a timeout needed. Not sure how much that timeout will do, because it could be a bit too late. Trout tries to put the third one on target. Yeah, this one will tick down. It's all over for game number 2 here. Shinjiru might get a consolation. No, denied. Absolutely shut down by Miasma.
Even a timeout, even just to stop Miasma's onslaught here. It's 6-0 in series.
It's already dead.
In terms of games. As you said, Kiki, it looks over. Shinjiru have struggled for signs of life, and as expected, they call a timeout. And that is the right thing to do. They haven't scored. They've looked like scoring at times and haven't been punishing Miasma when they could have been. And they've looked second best in every segment of the game so far. And when you're in this upper final, you need everything going your way. Shinjiru have got nothing so far. So Kiki, you being in this scenario yesterday, maybe not in the upper finals, but facing that drop from the upper final, what do you say to your team if you're Shinjiru at this point?
You need to try to relax them. They're gonna be like panicking a little bit. They're gonna be like, "Yo, this is one of the most important games." You need to be like, relax. It's been a fun season. We've done really good. Let's show what we can do. Let's just relax, do some plays, take some possession, and slow it down a bit. Have fun. Enjoy playing with each other and stuff like that. Because that, at the end of the day, that's kind of what matters. It makes the season memorable. The people you spent it with. And even though it's like almost like a foregone conclusion, like, okay, we lost, let's do whatever. No, it's kind of like relaxing, you know, because nerves are high in these games and mistakes happen. They can find a mistake on Miasma. They can convert those shots. They just need a little bit of confidence. They just need a bit of morale boost. That's all I'm thinking right now. Shinjiru know they can beat Miasma. They have done so in the past. They're a really good team. Same win rate and loss rate with 15-3. Just need to get that confidence back up. Need to get that morale high. Need to be like, come on, guys. Let's go. Let's do this. Whatever happens, happens. We're not done if we lose this one. We still have a life left. Mirage did it yesterday. We can do it today. You know? Something like that, I guess.
You hear this guy, enjoy the people you're playing the game with. No wonder he didn't make grand finals yesterday. There's got to be that win. Got to be that win mentality. Got to be that win mentality. You've got to say every single series is winnable. They went first seed for a reason. They've got to unlock that potential now. And as much as I haven't watched the tier this season, they're at first seed for a reason. They need to unlock that potential and show this Miasma side why they were first seed, because they might risk dropping down to lowers and facing I believe it's either Deception or Centurions, and both teams are making lower bracket runs, and they will have that momentum going into that series, and you do not want to face a team that is on fire.
Absolutely. I mean, what run would it be? Miasma 3-0ing the semi-final, 3-0ing the upper final. They're gonna have so much win in their back if they make this grand final. Shinjiro can't give up now. Everything they fought for, it's been like 9 weeks. Therefore, don't give up, but moralize your team. Tell them, come on, boys, we can do this easily. Let's go. It should be like, you know, just a bit of a, you know, back and forth. It's just lock in, you know, lock in. As the timeout will come to a conclusion, we will send the players back into the lobby, and we're on the way here. I'm excited to see what happened here. I'm excited to see what Shinjiro have been talking about, because it hasn't been like them so far, I'll be honest. Not a single goal throughout the entire series, not like them, Gas.
No, it isn't like them at all. But they could be finding an opportunity in the form of Yellow Crab. Looks for the demo. Trout with a misplay. And this is what I was on about. A weak shot at net isn't going to get you any of the gold that you want. RMD looking to apply pressure now. Kyron beats one. He needs to beat Trout. Doesn't. This is over the second man. And the last man in Big Bad Wolf is able to clear. All right, now ball off the backboard. And it's Miasma looking to charge on.
No.
Oh, no. As almost Miasma unlocking their own defense.
Yeah, I mean, opening the floodgates. I mean, it wouldn't have even been a Shinjiro goal when they would have taken the lead. They wouldn't have scored the goal throughout the entire series, but they would have taken the lead in game number 3. That would have been crazy. Comment about a bump there could open something up. Crossbar denies RMD a lovely chance at goal. A lovely bump there coming out from Alpha, I believe so, as Trout is trying to get this third man rotation sub. They know Shinjiro like to just boom the ball away. They haven't been taking enough possession as they usually love to. That's the only reason they've kind of been lacking in the offense. You have no place to start. The only place to start is kind of the defense after a commit from Miasma, but you haven't been doing that. You've just been booming these balls away and hoping you fall on them up.
The best form of offense is defense, as someone once said. And well, it's a big booming clear downfield again. As you mentioned, Kiki might as well be writing the script for this one, because he is bang on with what Shinjiro are doing here. Shot from Kyron, saved away from R&D. The last man's awkward, and it's almost redirected in, but it's cleared away now by RMD, who looks for that touch again. He's 50 though. He demos Big Bad Wolf. Trout got that touch in the air. Alpha's up. Kyron is up. Kyron wins that 50 now, and RMD gets that touch forward. He needs another touch. He gets the demo on the back line. Trout to the backboard. Is anyone up? It's a big, big clear away. And well, it's the same old story at the minute. Shinjiro sit back in defense and then just boom it away.
Yeah, I mean, as a Bosnian selector once said, which is the Bosnian national football team, form beats talent. And yeah, you can be talented if you're Shinjiro. But if Miasma is feeling it on the day and they're not letting any sort of cracks slip, you gotta ask, like, when is Shinjiro gonna wake up, if ever? Is lower brackets gonna be that wake-up call that also hit Mirage the same way? Are they finally gonna start getting that offense sorted, start playing that possession? Because so far, we've seen Miasma totally shut them out.
Yeah, we have. Miasma have held them to nothing at the minute. And I don't want to curse it by saying what could be on the cards if they keep it at 0 goals here, as Trout booms that forward. Kyron, though, bangs it downfield again. It's RMD to control it on the backboard. Wants it again, touches it out. RMD still on this here, flicks over one. Only one man to beat, but Big Bad Wolf has the boost advantage. Trout, touch over, but there's no one there middle. A bump might have been favourable in that situation. RMD, though, picks it back up, and Kyron again booms it away, but a big demo for Shinjiro means absolutely nothing almost, as a lovely passing play from Miasma almost sends them to the grand final.
Yeah, the teamwork has just been extraordinary there. Miasma, unlike Shinjiro, have been operating as a unit, while kind of Shinjiro need to like get those demo goals, demo plays to get a goal going. But maybe not even that, because we haven't seen a goal from them yet. I don't know how they score. I don't know how they plan to score. Like, they haven't shown anything the whole series. How am I supposed to know how they're going to score? They won't. That's the only answer, as Alf seems to think so. But that one denied by Kieran. keeping his team alive here. Sap here for RMD. Lovely little 50 there to keep his team at bay. Kieran now, and again, boom, and then hoping for another touch. As you can see the touch from RMD, setting up Alf. You can see that their possession is working, and they're playing for each other as a unit rather than just individuals on the side of Shinjiru. They might be talented, but the team chemistry is just off the charts for Miasma here.
Yeah, it is, and well, Shinjiru haven't found a goal in almost 15 minutes of gameplay so far. That's something they will just want to blip if they go on to lose this game. Kyron fakes it for the middle, and there's just no one there. They're playing so much defense, they can't convert into offense. Almost a bump there on the back line. Big demo as it's Trout to the backboard. Fakes it. Shot off the crossbar. And 10 seconds to go, Kiki. And Miasma still look the favourites to take this here. But how long can Shinjiru hold on?
A flawless sweep. A flawless sweep is on the hands. It's one goal. You can't have it end here for the upper bracket, Shinjiru. No, I do not care. They don't hear me. If they're watching the stream, so be it. The curse is upon them. But so far, it's been Miasma who are trying to just convert that. Seems to think so. I mean, no cast the curse is needed. 9 seconds. Alf with the GG's well played. I'm not sure about the well played. I'm not sure he means it. I think he's just being nice. But wow.
Wow.
What perfect sweep. Just pure beauty by Miasma.
Yeah, well, I might have to do some backtrack and see if you said GG's well played after winning a series yesterday, just to see if you properly meant it. But wow, what a performance from them. And well, they are going to be the team that move on with a perfect sweep. I doubted them all the way, but they've proven me wrong, and they are your first grand finalists here. And well, what a performance it was. As you can see, 0 goals on the side of Shinjiru. A lifeless performance, really, safe to say. But wow, Miasma look a team to contend with.
I'm thinking we've seen the winners play here. Like, not much that can compete with that, especially if Shinjiru, one of the favorites, a top seed, not being able to pull that back was crazy. You'd think they would be the first contenders here, but you know, there's no draws in Rocket League. You never know if Shinjiru will come back to that grand final and try to spark a comeback, but so far they look to be facing Centurions, as Centurions are winning the other series 2-0 so far, and it's still not over. Game 3 is underway. Illusory on their last legs in that lower final, but RMD, I gotta say, it's a series MVP for him. I can agree with that. I can give him the points series MVP. But the team as a whole, everyone was dangerous. There's none individual. You knew all 3 players were going to show up and just demolish. They dismantled Shinjiru completely.
Yeah, they did. And well, looking at that bracket as it stands, it's going to be Centurions that meet Shinjiru. Moggy trying to replicate his previous elite season where he made a lower bracket run with Symbiotes. I can't remember the team name. They also made a lower bracket run. And well, as it stands, it's going to be Centurions who face Shinjiru. And well, with the offering that Shinjiru just gave us, I can see it being a Miasma Centurions grand final. And I don't know if I'm being too harsh, but wow, Shinjiru looked absolutely nothing like the team that dominated league play. And instead, Miasma decided it was time for them to show up.
Go get ready for the next series. So I'm gonna put this one on real quick for the prediction. But yeah, nonetheless, gotta say, Shinjiru were lifeless. I mean, they scraped through game 1 just because, series 1 actually, just because I remember them playing Porphyra that time. I didn't see much, I just seen them being better individually. As Miasma, when I've seen what they did in the VOD, it was crazy team play. It was just all around, and the defense was on lock. Shinjiru had no answer for that defense. I mean, a flawless sweep to bring into the grand finals. You gotta be feeling good, and you have an hour-and-a-half break to think about. You can just lay back and enjoy and watch the stream, see what happens in the lower final, keep those cylinders ready. But yes, any thoughts on the game other than just them dismantling Shinjiru?
I mean, what else can you say? If you were to summarize that in a sentence, it would be Miasma dismantle Shinjiru. That would be the headline, because I think you can agree with me. In the 3 games, they did not have a chance where you thought, wow, there's been a sensational save here on the back line, and Miasma are lucky not to be a goal down. Miasma perfectly played that as a team, and if they can bring that performance to the grand final, there's nothing against them going on to win it all. As you mentioned, obviously, Centurion's Deception are underway in Game 3, and that's all tied up at the moment, so they'll be figuring out who plays this Shinjiru side, but Shinjiru really need to get their hands sorted and figure out what went wrong that series and try fix it up before they play that lower final. Anyway, from us here, we'll now be taking a 25-minute break. So, thank you all for watching, and until then, we will see you then.
Come. Take it out of the envelope. Spread it out. God's told me how this should happen. It's got to be placed in the open so it can swirl the aroma and the fragrance can spread through the place in the atmosphere, and it can sit here and it can begin to allow that to arise to God.
The sun has blazed my shoulders, it's hanging my shadow from the vagaries of my past. It's a story that's so familiar to anyone who's seen and done the same. So I'll explain how we're the sons of avarice. I walking forward towards my life, I could walk through every wall. I was 6 feet tall, outstripped them all, but I always
Welcome back, everybody, to the RSC for our penultimate match of the Elite Division. And we've got an absolutely epic match ahead of us with two incredible teams ready to battle it out for our second spot in those grand finals to join Miasma for a shot at the title. But I can't do this alone, right? I've got to be joined by a caster, and well, I'm joined by a caster who managed to do it alone in the last series on the B stream and is now here with some company. So Ollie, how you doing? And you know, what do you think of this series?
I am doing great. I just watched a series that was so close but went in a sweep, so I'm feeling great. The team that I casted and actually won was Centurions, and they played so incredibly well that like I was waiting and just really looking forward to the series. Of course, everything is on the line for these teams. Or you win and go to the grand finals against Miasma, or you lose and your season and tournament is over. So everything has to deal with this single best of 5, is it? Not sure.
Yes, best of 5. It is a best of 5, and we're pretty sort of split, I think, across ourselves, but also across many different voices across the community onto who is going to take this match. And we're going to get a look at some of that a little bit later. But for now, we're going to look at our bracket and see how we've got to this point today. And I think, Ollie, when you look at this bracket, right, throughout the day, we've seen surprises. We've seen things that we really expected coming into this day. But I think the one main thing for me is Centurions, right? They've ran through this lower bracket to get to this point, and now they're one step away from this final.
Yeah, they are, and they've done it in fashion as well, because they're having sweeps and really easy games also when you look at it. Is a really good momentum good thing of this match. They are coming from the lower bracket, and they have been playing really well. They have been shown that they are capable of being in the grand finals, and now playing against a team coming from the upper bracket also may be a good momentum, but they did lose their previous match. So on our other sides, it's a coin flip, as I see it from now. That's why my prediction is going for a 3-1 to Centurions, because I did watch their previous game and was really impressed. So that's my prediction for now. But Harch, you have something different.
I do. I think I'm gonna go the way of Team Serene. I think I'm gonna go the way of Shinjuru in this sort of perspective here, and I think I'm gonna go 3-2 just because I believe in Danny Boy's coaching. I think that Danny Boy's coaching is going to get them over the line here, alongside obviously some incredible gameplay. But I do think that this Fort Templar roster, this Centurions team, could really stand up to challenge the number 1 seed coming through from I'm just going to double check this because I don't want to get it wrong on stream. The Glaciers Conference, yes, I'm correct. Yeah, so number 1 seed of Glaciers Conference taking on the number 2 from the Ignis. It's going to be an incredible match. But before we sort of get into the actual game, we've got to sort of bring ourselves up to date with what's happened today. And we've already done that with the matches, but let's do it with predictions as well, because we've had casters who've made predictions throughout the day, and we've got to sort of get a quick look at which casters have maybe predicted well, which casters have predicted not so well. So Stingray, if you could maybe pull up that graphic, that would be great when you get the chance, and we'll have a look at that. But I think across the day, to be honest, Ollie, I've done pretty well in terms of predictions. I don't know if you put in any, but I think certainly myself, as for once, has done pretty well, and this time I'm not cursing people. So.
I mean, I really do hope so, that you're not cursing people. But I did not, unfortunately, put something in. But for my 2 matches that I did, I was completely wrong. So myself, I'm not doing so great in predictions, but our prediction is going to be good for this one. Okay, trust me.
Yeah, well, it looks like we might not have the time to get things to get things ready to go for the caster predictions. But who really cares about them? Let's be real. The casters have no idea what they're talking about. We don't know ball. Everyone already knows that. What we all came to see is the actual game, the gameplay, the clash of two of the top teams in Elite. And, well, both of those teams look like they are ready to go. So let's get them on the pitch to go, and kick off our lower bracket finals here. One team will move forward to face off against Deathcloud Miasma in that grand finals later on. And one team, it will be the end of the road for them, unfortunately. A best of 5. Let's get it underway.
Let's get it underway indeed. Who can make a statement in the first game and who will be getting into game 2 with momentum and who will not is your Robot Noodles. He's a really good 50. Ball pinches over to Kieran in the corner. Mark with a really good touch. First pressure is on the side of Centurions. First shot opportunity from Big Bad Wolves. But not a goal yet. Now yellow here. Good bang away. He can chase this again. And he has possession but low boost. It is going to be so dangerous for Robot Noodles. Also no boost. The shot from Big Bad Wolf is a good one. Moggy has enough boost to make this a difficult shot to score, of course. And low boost tanks in the first minute of this game make for really good shots, but not good enough to get it in just yet.
Not just yet. 1 minute elapsed so far, and good looks here from the side of Shinjuru. Centurions, they're just trying to fight for a little bit of possession, trying to fight to get this ball cleared, and trying to give Moggy the space he needs to work the pitch here for Centurions. First goal for them, and Moggy, an aerial assault here on the side of Fort Templar.
Aerial assault indeed. What a great play from him and a really good goal in the first minute and 2 seconds of this first game. And that is really good. When you look at really good pressure from this Centurion team, but they are not the ones that scored the first goal. It's Centurions. They're coming off of a really good win and now they want to do it again. Really good pressure here in Robot Noodles midfield pass. No one there to get it on net. But Neck, he's awkward. This can be something, but Robot Noodles is there to help him out. But they are fast, this team. Shinjiro is really fast, and they can do a lot in offensively sides. And I mean, they have not started right now, but they have a lot of time to do so and get this game into a tight position. But here, Robot Noodles, he is beating that Kieran guy from miles away. And here's Neck, another really good touch on the sidewall, but he can still get it missed. It is a really good pass, Robot Noodles with a shot, but saved by Yellow Crab, and it will not be a goal, and they still have the possession. Can they go to counter-attack as soon as possible? Midfield pass is intercepted with a really good shot from the Yellow Crab. It's not going to be a goal, and Moggy, he beats his opponent, but it isn't as dangerous as it needs to be to score this one, and they still have pressure. They want to exceed their lead with a good shot opportunity from Neck. Is not going to be it for now. And now you need to be looking at Shinjiro. Can they come out of it and score their own goal?
Well, maybe this is the opportunity. Maybe this is the chance. Yellow Crab going to hurl it on the back wall, but it's going to be taken away. Big Bad Wolf just trying to continue a little bit of this pressure that Shinjiro have managed to start putting on towards the sort of mid-half of this this game here. But now we're going to get to see if they can sort of start converting that into a couple of goals here. Otherwise, it will just be a walk away for Centurions. Although Yellow Crab has got other ideas. And Shinjiro, they're going to strike right back. A little bit of a sort of extended presence in the midfield there by Centurions. Puts Nick into a bit of a panic. And at the end of the day, that goal's straight in the back of the net. And Shinjiro tie us up.
One half of the game has been played and one half to go, and it is a tight game. Everything can happen from now on. Moggy with a really good bang away. Yellow Crab is already there, but he gets deleted from this play. And now Nick into this corner. Not a really good touch. And now he can go for a really good bump play, Big Bad Wolf, but it isn't touched right now. But that's a really good miss. A really bad miss. I'm sorry for Yellow Crab. It doesn't matter. His teammates are there to help him out. No double from Moggy. Shot opportunity with 0 boost is not good enough from the Yellow Crab to get it into the net. And now Nick is there to bang it away, but it is a double commit. Moggy cannot get a redirect in. Won't be too dangerous because Yellow Crab has boost and has the opportunity to get it away. With a really good flick, it is going to be in, but Moggy is already back to get it in his corner and take possession once again. Pressure going every side of the field. Everyone can score, but here's Kieran. He misses the boost, the ball. He can maybe make this a goal for their opponents. That's not going to be what you want. Nick is up, but Yellow Crab is first at that ball. And right now, they're just playing as fast as they can, but no team is able to get the lead back again.
Not just yet. 1 minute for either of these teams to do just that, and then potentially some overtime if we are going to require it. Nick going to try and dunk that down and looking to try and slot the angle, but not able to find it. Moggy, is he able to work up some magic? No, it is kept off the line there by the big bad wolf, and Yellow Crab now having a half flip to try and get on the end of that, but he's not able to. And rollback taps it up into the sky to stall a little bit more of that time away. Yellow Crab trying to put it on target. Backboard bound it is, and Nick's got no boost, able to get the clear though. The touch required to start just stalling things out on this attack here for Sinjuru. And I think both of these teams, right, sort of you have to think just using this last sort of little bit of seconds before we get to overtime to really set the pace, really ramp things up, capitalize on the chances that they have here, Ollie. And it looks like unless someone can find some late second heroics, overtime might be what we're looking at here. Oh,
I mean, are you really, or is this an opportunity for the Yellow Crab? What is this? This is a caster curse in big Glados. Yellow Crab, a really good pass from Kieran. 7 seconds left, and Sinjiro takes the lead in game 1. 7 seconds in Thurians. What do you do when you have so little time left to score an equalizer? This is heartbreaking, and it will be another one, and a really unlucky pass from Kieran again. He thinks it's his first goal after a really good pass, and he is the one making it 3 against 1 with 1 second left. This game is done. Harch.
Shinjuru have awoken, and that's something that it feels really good to say after the absolute beatdown we just witnessed in that upper final versus Miasma. So it's nice to see them getting on the board early here and not giving Centurions the chance to sort of shut them down early, because they've been pretty good at that across the league today, right? I mean, Ollie, when you look at Centurions' run through the bracket so far today, 3-1 Blaze, 3-0 All-Star, 3-0 Deception. They've really just not had any problems, and this now might be their first problem at the most crucial time.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. And after a really well game from the Centurions, and especially Magi, what a performance. 500 plus points and a goal and 3 saves. That is team MVP, but not enough to get the game done. 2 goals in the last 50 seconds. That is devastating when you look at mental gameplay here. They could have been really well in this game, but not having the skill and the luck maybe to get this game over with and get it over the finish line to actually win it. That's not what you want. That is definitely not what you want. But they still have really good chances, because if they had a little bit more luck, they could have get it to overtime and maybe could have had a shot at winning game 1. But they still have a shot at winning game 2. And right here, the opportunity is real. Can they tie this game up, or will Shinjiro have luck again and some more skill so they can exceed their lead to a 2-0 lead in the series?
Well, here's now the chance for Fort Templar to try and get back into this. The Centurions have been on a long road this season already, and that road still hopefully has some bricks left to lay down. But is that the case? Or is Shinjuru just going to run away with this lower bracket final? Ball out into the corner, and already some early pressure here from the Centurions. A positive start to this game number 2, but that's something we saw similar off of the back of that last game. A bit of early pressure coming through, and then Shinjuru came online. This time, they're not taking that time. They're firing the shots right off of the bat here in game number 2, Ollie, and they're not wasting any time whatsoever.
And Nick was the only player left on the side of Centurions, and he was just right at the second that Kieran passed the ball in the midfield, and it was an open net for eventually the side of Centurion to score it. And that's what I want to see, especially when you're in this high of a division in the RSC. You need to be physical. You need to be demoing people off the ball and bumping them. Like here, it's a really good demo, like I said, and this opens so much space, and it opens so much opportunity for your team to get goals in. Even though it's not your own goals that you make, it is your teammates, and it's still your team. when you open up goals, when you open up position, like I said, 2 incredibly well demos opens up the field for Yellow Crab to get it on the backboard and get something going. This is really again a shot opportunity. Here's Big Bad Wolf into the corner with a good double tap and build a double commit, so he can't score it just yet, but the possession is still on the side of Shinjiru. But they cannot score it just yet, but they already have a lead, so it's a positive result for this team right now.
It is, and do you want to know a quick sort of fun stat here? And Pegasus will probably correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe the last time that Team Serene, as an org, as a franchise, found themselves in a grand final in RSC was over 2 seasons ago, if you're talking RSC terms, right back in the Premier Division of RSC15. So they're going to be looking to sort of have a little bit of success for the first time in a while here, but let's see if they're going to get that opportunity, or if Centurions are going to start to come online here a little bit, and we'll see if that's the case. But about half of this game is still left to go, and Shinjiru look very much in control.
Yeah, they do, but although we have seen incredibly defensive plays from the Centurions team, they are able to keep their lives up in this series and get some counterattacks in, because that is the really big thing. The best thing from this team, in my opinion, is their counterattacks. Centurions, their counterattacks are so incredibly deadly that every time that they come against a lead of their opponents, they're always able to come back. But right now, with a really good redirect opportunity from the Yellow Crab on the post, it's not in just yet, but now they can counterattack on the sidewall. Nick is there. Can he get a double? He has not got a boost to keep that shot in going, but Maggie is there to do it. But oh my god, Kieran! A save pinches off the crossbar and it's not in just yet, but still pressure's going on.
Yeah, pressure starting to cook here, and Centurions, they're getting a couple of opportunities, but they've got to sink them away. Moggy looking for the infield, and he found it, but he also found the end of a Big Bad Wolf, who was viciously growling down on this Centurion side. Nick trying to intercept that one, but the Big Bad Wolf's got other ideas. Moggy to the sky, got boost to work with, got space. Yellow Crab trying to take away that space, and the post will do that instead. Rollback Noodles just trying to see what he can do here, but made him overstayed his welcome a little bit, and it has to go back to Nick. Moggy back and forth, passing play, and not quite connecting either. Centurions, they've not got much time still left to work with. That timer ticking, and they need a goal soon.
The defense from the Centurion side is holding on, but not for long, because this team has had offensive powerhouse, and we're not seeing any counterattacks. We're seeing just really good offensive pressure, and eventually the goal will need to come, but they're just not finishing the shots. Every shot is so incredibly well, but it is not just going in here also. This shot from Rollback Noodles needs to be in, because the opportunity is just so big. You need to take those chances to keep scoring, but he still has the boost. And the play, and a pass over to the midfield, still not a goal. Big Bad Wolf! You cannot do that to people!
Well, now on the other side of things, it will be the double damage goal from Shinjiru. They turn around and say to Centurions, we're not going to give you that opportunity, and at the same time we will double down on the pain, double down on the suffering, and get that second one locked away. And you know what else is double? The games that Shinjiru have been able to take away. If this 20 seconds goes their way, and they will be 2-0 up in this series, and 1 game off of their first grand final in over 1.5 years in the RSC.
I have never seen anything like this, that my whole day as caster has been a sweep, and a forced reverse sweep in this last game, in this last series. I mean, what has happened here? We had 2 games where this Centurion side has come back in the last minute. And it's so unlucky for Centurions, because they have had so much offensive pressure, but they could never score it. And the counterattacks of the Centurion side this time has been even more deadlier than the ones of Centurions.
Yeah, it really does sort of feel that way, but now is where we start to see the pressure cook up for Centurions. This is where the backs have been against the wall well and truly. And, well, they will be against the wall well and truly going into the next match. But if anyone can pull something like this back into a winnable series, it will be Moggy, Rollback, and Nick. Moggy, remember, the defending champion of the Elite Division, having won RSC15 Elite right back a couple of months ago last year. And, well, looking to try and get another shot at it. But it's got a reverse sweep Shinjiru, the #1 team from the Glacies Conference, to do just that, to get even a shot at doing so. So we're looking at this game number 3. Shinjiru needing one more this series to get a grand finals, and Centurions needing to do almost the impossible to even get a chance at it. Game number 3, 5 minutes, and potentially the last 5 minutes of Centurion season. Let's get it back underway here on Sovereign Heights.
Experience 1 life left. You need to perform right here and right now, or your season, like you said, is over. They need to do it now. Nick, he wants to change it. Every player of Centurions wants to change the outcome of this series, but they just haven't done anything to do it. And right now, Big Bad Wolf, he's also trying to change it, but in their side of the positive side. And here, Big Bad Wolf, he doesn't have any boost to get it into the midfield. Moggy with a really good challenge, and Nick is here to get a really good 50. No one had for the follow-up, but still, there's a big opportunity on the side of Shinjiru. You do not want this to be a goal, but it will be. What is happening on the goal line of the goal of Centurions? No one is having a good quality challenge, and they're bumping each other into the balls, and they cannot get it away, and it's there for 10 seconds until someone of the Centurion team comes in to score.
Well, that is pretty much what we're seeing right now. Centurions watching their season crumble before their own very eyes. And now that that lead has been taken into the hands of Shinjiru, the timer, the clock here on Centurions' season has been set. And it's very much visible at the top of their screens. They will know all too well what they have to do. But now they've got to just go ahead and do it. Big Bad Wolf giving over the opportunity to roll back. Roll it back, right place, right time. And there he is, perfect positioning, perfect placement to get that goal, that equaliser, and get Centurions back in with a chance at game 3.
Okay, and now this is the moment that this team of Centurions needs to change, because this was a goal based off a demo play. The player of Centurions went for a demo, put up the field, and they scored off of it, and they need to do it even more, because it's the only way that they can score against a team that is so well defensively set up. And here Nick, he has possession and boost on the backboard and a bumping play. He was after a shot, it's Moggy, he can't get it in. Really well saved defense of Shinjiru, and it's a really good beat from Woolbach Noodles, and this is a show of life, a show of life here for Centurions. They need to keep going how they're doing like this. These offensive plays have been incredibly good, and this bump again, a really good bump, and they also have a really good challenge. But now, one man back is Woolbach Noodles, and he is on low boost. Can he go for this ball? Yes, no one is there for a shot, and now a redirect. It's still going either way, but like we saw, it has been this way 2 games in a row. But it was every time the team of Shinjiru to win it. And I am certain that the players and the fans of this Centurions team that I want to do that again. Woolbach Noodles on the backboard, who is there for a shot? It's not one, and it is still not a goal, but it looks like it's coming, right, Harsh?
It feels like it does. The goal's got to give at some point for one of these 2 teams. And Shinjiru, they're going to be looking to put the dagger in this series. Put the dagger in Centurion's season. But what do they have left? They've got to stand up, step up on the defense right now. And that's exactly what they're going to be able to do. But they're losing a bit of control here in this corner. And the Yellow Crab having his way completely with this team. But Centurions, they're going to hold on. They're going to deny that double tap. And Kieran on that side wall, just trying to make something work here for Shinjiru. Both teams really needing this next goal. But I guess I was going to say one team needed it more, but realistically the stakes are high for both teams right now. And you can't dispute anyone's claims that they've got here for this series. Shinjiru going to try and run it down the line once again, looking to just continue this pressure that they've been so good at building this entire series. But They've got to finish it off. They've got to put a postage stamp on this series, on this game, and deliver that killing blow to Centurions.
And another opportunities, so much opportunities for the side of Centurions, but 1.5 minutes left, and that game is so incredibly dangerous, especially for Centurions, because they have seen so many times that they lost the games in the last second, but right now they are not doing that. Marky with a really good pass from Robot Noodles. They take the first late game leads, trying to win the first game they need to do, because they only have 1 life left, and this is what we've been seeing the whole series long, that they have in it. They have in themselves an opportunity to be winning games against teams like this. And 1 minute left for Sanjiro is still time left. There's always still time left in games like this where you're 1 goal down. But of course, the Centurions team does not want to give this away. They want to give this a win after they reach the 0 seconds timer and go into a 2-1 standing and eventually go into a reverse sweep opportunity. I mean, it's definitely possible, but it's gonna be hard the whole road long.
Well, surely that second goal there has alleviated some of the pressure for Centurions, and rollback going to alleviate that shot from any potential danger. They've got a little bit more work to do, though, as Shinjiru is maybe finding some good looks in the last 30 seconds here, and it's still not over until that ball hits the ground on 0 seconds. Kyron up this sidewall trying to run it down to the line, create some opportunities. He's taken off the pitch, though, and I guess at the end of the day, if they can't have the possession of the ball, they can't score, so just take him off the pitch and it'll work. Moggy might just try and get a couple more, though, on the board, as this 10 seconds going to tick down, and Centurions, will they be able to hold on? Will they be able to buy themselves a 4th game in this series? It looks like they will. And Centurions take the first step of many back to the road of success.
Okay, for right now, Centurions, the only thing that they need to keep in mind is that we're still in this. We are not winning this just yet, because there are so many close games, but we are in it. We are still in for a chance to keep going and go to the grand finals and get a top 2 finish. But they can't not just go over them. The confidence, it doesn't have to be too much. They have to be confident that they can keep going like they're doing right now and look back at the goals that they scored and thought, okay, we did something with team plays and bumps, individual really well plays. We need to keep doing it. The scores are low, so it's good. You need to be lucky, you need to be skilled, you need to stay focused. Your mental has to stay good, and then eventually it will come there.
Well, let's see. Game number 4 going to be getting started here, and I'm interested that this Centurions team has not used their timeout at all. They're quite confident that they could turn that game around, and they were able to reproduce it there on the pitch. But now they're going to be tested once again here. Game number 4 getting itself underway, and Centurions trying to reverse sweep Shinjiru to make that grand final. They've been on this lower bracket run now for so long. It would be a shame to end it here. It would be a shame for it all to collapse before their eyes at the final hurdle. But 5 minutes still potentially that they've got to play before they get themselves... Well, 5 minutes they will have to play before they get a potential game number 5 on the cards. And that will decide it all. But rollback already finding the first here for Centurions. And they're not wasting any time whatsoever off the start of this game. And they... re-announcing themselves here early on in the game, Ollie. You look back to last game, Shinjiru got the first. Centurions, they're not even giving them one this time.
Exactly, and in the first series that I've ever casted for the RSC, I said that I love hero stories. I love a big underdog. I love the underdog, seeing them win in important matches. And right now, the hero story is in the making for the Centurions team, but they still need to finish it. But this start is everything they needed to keep going in the series and maybe go to the game 5, and eventually when they get there, everything will go down to that last match. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. They have a really good lead, 4 minutes left, so everything can still happen, especially on Shinjiru's side. Here's Robot Noodles with a really good bang away. And just remember that this guy, Rollback Noodles has been the guy that's been so incredibly decent and consistent in his plays, in his shots and everything. But here, everyone is sitting on the same side. This defensive play of Centurions is not what I've seen in the entire day long. And it's free open for the Yellow Crab to score it. And this is not what you want. There's a mental thing. They're stressing. They know we need to perform right now. And you can see that in the way that they're playing.
That equalizer found here by Shinjuru, and now they're going to continue to try and extend that sort of momentum that they've just been able to accumulate, but Demo's come through. That's going to send that attack right back to square one here. Kyron back over, but Roll's got that picked up. He's got that second touch, and, well, it was Nick trying to find that sort of redirect, but not able to get the touch needed, so back to square one it goes here for Centurions once again. And Moggy just trying to see what he can do on this attack, trying to get those bumps, trying to disrupt this Shinjuru rotation, which has been so good across the season in total. When you look back at Shinjuru's performance this season, 15-3 was their league play record. And then we look sort of across the side of Centurions, and they find themselves with a respectable 12-6. So I guess at this point, league play out the window. Their sort of foundations and the sort of expectations have been set. But this is where you got to blow them all wide open and show people why you belong where you do. And that is in that grand finals position. Still some midfield play, still some pressure coming through across the board here for both of these teams. No one sort of giving anything just yet, but you have to think, Ollie, at some point that's got to happen.
Exactly, at some point you need to be waiting for the team that makes a mistake and eventually capitalize on that mistake and make the goal that you deserve. The goal that eventually will send you over to the grand final position. And right now we have seen some pressure coming in from the Centurion team after they scored the goal that wasn't actually pretty luck-based, but skill-based actually because of the defense of Centurions. But we know in every series that I've casted today, having good pressure does not mean anything, because the team who does have the pressure normally scores the goals. So right here, Robot Noodles, that is really good. And Nick is still here. He has possession and the boost. What can he do with it on the ceiling? He has a really good shot opportunity. No one is there to go for the ball and push it away. And Robot Noodles does it again for Centurion.
Oh my word.
He has 2 goals, and Hearts, I'm getting scared, because this is a really good situation. And if they just keep the defense locked up, they will go to a game 5.
Well, the hero of Centurions might now be presenting himself. But what does Shinjuru have to say about it? Will they be able to find a response in the next minute and a half, or will the defense prove too good, too powerful? Kyron trying to slot it home, but picked up, it's sent away, and I think for now, we're looking at things. Centurions well and truly just trying to flip this series on its head, trying to get themselves that grand finals position, and trying to get themselves that game number 5 to work with. Roll back out. Kyron, off of the pass, off of the play, looking to try and slot it. Moggy holds on. The Yellow Crab now just trying to slot it away. Everyone gets sent to the moon, sent packing, and the Big Bad Wolf capitalizes. A tied game number 4. And Shinjuru might not be done with this game just yet.
They know what they're playing for. They know what they need to do, but they just can't figure it out on defense. They have had 2 leads the entire game, but have had 0 leads for longer than 1.5 minutes. They need to be doing that, because right near they have a chance to score and eventually end it. The Yellow Crab, the double tap is the dagger. 1 minute left. Big Bad Wolf finishes off the pass. Yellow Crab, what an incredible play from Shinjuru. They take the lead.
He's got the claws out. He's got the pincers at the ready. And looking to grab this Centurions roster by the throat here. The Yellow Crab, oh my goodness, working his way around everybody, but not quite able to get that 4th. It may not matter though. That timer, that clock restarted here for Centurions. And all of a sudden, it's gone from a wondrous situation to now potentially seeing their season crumble before their very eyes. Roll back, trying to see if he can slot that one, but it is sort of just cleared away there for the time being. The Yellow Crab back down, trying to continue this pressure, continue this offense and get a fourth, but realistically, they've just got to keep this possession out of the hands of Centurions, and we now found ourselves at those final 10 seconds, and as we count down, we reflect on the season of Shinjuru. It's been an incredible season for them, and now they get the chance to top it off by returning to the grand final stage. Team Serene back in their first grand final in over a year and a half in RSC as a franchise, and it would not be any other roster to do just that than Shinjuru. A wondrous performance, a wondrous bounce back after their upper bracket final collapse to Miasma, and now they're going to get the chance to have some revenge, Ollie. But what a series and what a showing from Shinjuru.
What a day, what a series, and what a couple of players that we have in the RSC this season. Like, what I've seen from these two teams, even though they're not in the first division of the whole RSC, they are still showing that they actually belong in that division. They're playing incredible. The plays that I've seen, the team plays, the eventual solo plays, the one play with the yellow crab in Steam, I don't remember who it was, but that play that they took the lead was incredible. And that was what you get when you don't finish up your shots. An incredible performance from both teams. The team eventually finishing it off is Shinjuru, and maybe it was deserved, but also deserved for this other team because they have shown what they were capable of. And we have to applaud them because it was a performance of a lifetime that could have been even more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when you look at teams, when you look at players, you've got to obviously commend the team, but there is individual players who stand out and make their mark, and the Yellow Crab was certainly doing that all over the pitch. Series MVP here for Serene, and, well, 13 shots, 6 goals, 4 saves. He was doing a lot, but the main metric I'm looking at here, Ollie, is those demos. 9 demos in total across this series for the Yellow Crab, and I think this sort of shows you Serene's sort of game plan. It shows you what they love to do, which is just get those demos, create that pressure, drain out the opponent's resources, and then strike it home to find success. And they've only known success realistically across this season. But now they go up against one of the teams who have hindered them once before in their matches, and we'll get a look at that in a second. But before we get to that point, we've got to take a look back on what's happened today, what is coming up very, very shortly, and look at our playoffs bracket. And I have to say, a wondrous effort. Just want to give a shout out to Centurions. Wondrous effort from them. They ran through Blaze, they ran through All-Star in a 3-0 sweep, who a lot of people predicted to be sat right here in this position, right? You know, potentially shooting for a grand finals. But Centurions really had such a good performance today, and unfortunately weren't able to get it across the finish line at the end. But massive respect to those guys.
Yeah, massive respect to those guys. They I just can't even say any more words. Going from lower bracket round 1 over to the lower finals, it is something that you rarely see. And I mean, they could have won it, they could have done the reverse sweep, but at the end they didn't, and it is the Shinjuru team going to the grand finals, which will be after this one. So stay tuned, because there will be more Rocket League action going on. A grand final of a lead division is what is coming up, and I mean, I'm not guessing it, but I'm gonna be watching it. It's gonna be incredible.
Gonna be so good. It's gonna be great. I can't wait for it, and you're gonna have to stay tuned for that one. But yeah, obviously our grand finals, Shinjuru versus Miasma, the two teams that, well, maybe not everyone expected them to be the two grand finalists. I certainly did, right back from about halfway through the league play. I was looking at those teams thinking, yeah, these two teams should be the two teams in the grand finals if nothing goes wrong on the day. And both with 15-3 records across league play, both with absolutely absurd performances in the playoffs, but also two teams who have showed that they can have some great performances. They can also have some not so good performances. They've also shown, a couple of times across the season that they can sort of struggle in certain moments, but I think we'll have to see who's turning up better on the day, who's turning up better in this grand final. That's all after the break, so stay tuned, and in about 20 or so minutes, your Elite Grand Finals will be coming right to you. Many teams this season have battled in the RSC-EU, all with one goal, being a champion. But only 5 teams across RSC's 5 divisions get to hold that title, and we're here to do it the 4th time this Sunday, today, and we will have one more obviously next week, but it is the Elite Grand Finals. It is time to crown another champion here this season, and I'm joined alongside Sir Pegasus once again, just like we were from Prospect, but this time for Elite. Pegasus, how are we doing, and what are we thinking about this final?
First of all, thank you so much to the RSC for trusting me for another grand final. Honestly, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. This is the league where it all began for me, and it's nice to be able to continue that legacy for some of the most hyped up games of this season. And about this series, Hodge, well, Elite, it has a bit of a reputation to maintain, for a long time considered one of the most entertaining tiers that RSC has to offer. And well, we have the brackets to show if so far that has been the case before we talk about those grand finals. So let's have a look at the journey so far. Of course, in that upper bracket, you can see Shinjuru and Miasma. Shinjuru not having to play in that play-in stage, coming in as that first seed. And we've had a little bit of a first seed curse so far this season, Hodge, but didn't seem to apply to Team Serene. And Miasma, on the other hand, were able to take full advantage of it and more.
Yeah, they will take full advantage, getting that 3-0 sweep in the upper finals and sending Shinjuru down to that lower bracket final against Centurions, where they, struggled a little bit towards the second half of the series, but were able to lock things up nonetheless. And that was sort of put into bed as Centurions, who had a lot of momentum behind them, had really sort of strived to improve throughout the day and really showed that on the pitch when they were playing. But Shinjuru, they were able to dispatch them. Good signs from Shinjuru, being able to recover from a bit of a devastating loss and bring that forward and get themselves that grand finals position against Miasma here in this playoffs. But yeah, playoff bracket done. That's sort of a recap of the day here, Pegasus. But I believe we've sort of got to move forward a little bit in our little 5-minute pre-show segment before we get our match started, because a lot of people in the RSC have made predictions today, and for once I can confidently say that I made some good predictions, and I've actually predicted both teams that are in this final, Pegasus.
Wow, fair play to you. There was one other caster that did the very same thing, GM667, seemingly. Both of you guys going for DeathCloud. We'll see if that opinion changed a little bit later, but one other thing I noticed, 5 out of the 10 casters going for a Team Serene victory. Every single one at least anticipated them in the grand finals, other than Shattered Fusion. And well, Dunk Avocado, Shattered as well. I hate to break it to you. You guys were not backing DeathCloud as much as you likely should have, but with a lot of these other predictions, I don't think you can really excuse them, especially with the amount of RL Islands having that grand final spot, because heading into it as that first seed, I think it's very easy to fall into that trap, but they just didn't quite show up today, and one team looked a lot stronger, and it was the first and second seed from the Glacies Conference.
Well, that is our talent predictions sort of gone over. Some very good ones, some very not so good ones. It always happens, let's be real. I don't think anyone's ever had a perfect set of predictions, let's be completely honest. But it is now time to make our predictions for this series, Pegasus, and I think chat can probably guess who we're both going for here on these predictions. But let's just sort of hurl them out anyway. Who have you got?
It was a tough upper final. Team Serene were unable to even get a goal in that series after a really dominant sweep coming from DeathCloud. However, if they had to play them again straight afterwards in this grand finals, I would have been honest here as an RSC caster, as a professional, and still called a sweep here for DeathCloud. But that is not the case. They had that series beforehand. They had that opportunity in the lower finals to just get themselves back into the swing of things, where overall, shout out players like the Yellow Crab, who had an absolutely scorching performance against Fort Templar, which is why I'm not going to say that it's going to be a blowout. I'm going to go for a Game 7 victory for Team Serene to reset the bracket. And if you can't tell already I might just be feeling a little bit nervous. But you've heard the prediction coming from the Team Serene AGM, so let's hear one for the official DeathCloud Team Streamcaster.
I don't know about official, but we're getting there. just the elite team, but I guess that sort of adds more to the so-called bias. But no, I believe that these guys have been able to do it since I started doing their team streams back in about week 6. Watched them, saw them at the top of their game, knew that this was a team who was going to be contending for grand finals, contending for wins, and I believe they're going to do it here. I don't think it's going to be a bracket reset. I'm bringing us back down to reality here on the broadcast, Pegasus, and the delusion is going to be out the window for the time being. So I'm going to go with a 4-1 here for DeathCloud. I have been sort of going back and forth between 4-1 and 4-2, but realistically, end of the day, it doesn't really matter. We are going to be getting a DeathCloud victory here, and it is going to be DeathCloud as your elite champions. But I believe we don't have a prediction in chat, but if you want to sort of like show us who you think's going to win, then like get in the chat and you can let us know. If you want, that's fine. If not, that's also fine. But what is the case is that we are going to be getting this grand final started. We're going to be getting these teams down onto the pitch, and everyone looks like they're ready. So we'll tell them to go, 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 Pegasus, and we'll get this grand final underway to see which of these teams at the end of the day is going to be singing the songs of success, and which of them is going to be going next.
Well, a purple chaotic cloud rises over the elite division, but will there be a glint through the cracks? Will Shinjuru be able to bring some serenity? That's to be discovered in this first best of 7, where Miasma looked like they'd get off to a big start, but Shinjuru are able to get a block today. Of course, Team Serene unable to get a goal against this DeathCloud roster, so that's going to be their first step for the Team Serene side. Miasma, on the other hand, well, they've been able to have that sense of some blood in the water. They have been sharks throughout the day with the 2 sweeps they've been able to grab themselves, and that is much to the possession game they've been able to play. Lots of rapid passes between these 3 players. Chemistry, well, coming off the charts here, and that's something where Shinjuru are typically known for it. The Dutch connection being a big factor for these 3 players. I do know that they do com occasionally in Dutch. Kieran looking to get that first shot across. A bump is attempted, but what a fantastic opening save there for R&D.
Yeah, RMD's been such a key player in the defense across this season, obviously all over the pitch, but really stepped up on defense for Miasma in many occasions, and I think this team just has everyone in the correct roles at the correct times, doing the correct thing, and that's where they come online. But still 0-0, still waiting for that first goal, that first bit of blood to be drawn here between these 2 teams, and get that pace set early on. Who's it going to be? Kyron sort of tested in defense there a little bit, and not able to strike that goal just yet, but getting that defense already a good sign here for Shinjuru, showing they're online and now trying to go cross court, now trying to go other side of the field, but that's blocked out, and Alf's getting that touch away. So I think so far, Pegasus, we're seeing some pretty good sort of stamina from both of these teams. They're both showing us that they can keep up. They're both showing us that they can sort of hang in a grand final scenario.
Absolutely, there was one glimmering chance there for Team Serene, but for the most part, it has been Miasma in their offensive halves, pressuring that Shinjuru side like we saw in that upper finals. But big difference here, it seems like they've turned off the Boomer Ball mutators. There's a few better, cleaner first touches, perhaps some confidence built up from that lower final. It could suggest that this could end up in a different affair, but I feel like Trout has other ideas, setting up RMD, but a slight miscommunication will see that play overcooked, and now it's Shinjiru's turn to attack.
Shinjiru's turn to attack here, but will they be able to open us off here? Will they be able to kick off this grand final? Let's see. Trout going to be tapping that one away, but the big bad wolf's already there. And RMD has to make a goal line stop, but he's able to get that one sent away, get that goal sort of stopped in its tracks before it even happens. And Miasma holding the line here in game number 1. And now they're looking to go back down the other side, but they've just handed over the possession here a little bit. The rotation's a little bit disrupted, but Alf able to sort of pick up the pieces a little bit, Pegasus. And still, I have absolutely no idea how this is going to go, but there's the turn and burn. There's the yellow crab, and there's first goal to Shinjuru.
And where did this come from? R&D bumped away from the play. Alpha's just caught a little bit too high in bad defense. They only had one lock put on. You've got to double padlock it if you want to stop a top side here in Elites. That was something that Team Serene were missing in the upper finals. It's something that Miasma missed here in Grands, but only 3 minutes gone in this series. That could go all the way to 7. Shinjiru almost setting themselves up for a second. Instead, Miasma will take it all the way over. That's a very dangerous play. And, well, frankly, a disgraceful way to concede your first goal. That is purely to the hands of Kieran. And, well, some of those grand final nerves are really playing a factor. You could say the same thing about the Miasma defense, but I'll be honest, that was a completely different level.
Tied game. And that's going to have to break at some point. A disastrous own goal there by Team Serene. But they've just gone and responded. Big bad wolves barking already in game number 1. And that is a deadly sign in this series. Miasma absolutely perplexed on their defensive line. An injury picking up that second.
And Big Bad Wolf has been so strong throughout the season, has got the team out of a few runs on certain occasions, has done so yet again. That was the quick, devastating way of conceding. Alf does take this one high. There's a demo there from Kieran. It will open up some space here for the Yellow Crab. Wolf sitting behind here with a full tank of boost. Kieran was just that bit deeper. Will look to send it to the corner. Alf with the heavy touch. That will give it away to a Team Serene offensive player. But again, a mistake here in the midfield lines. Could see Deathcloud with another chance. It goes awry. And it starts to feel like a very different game to how it started. How has that snuck through?
Not quite sure. But at the end of the day, Shinjiru striking once again. And Miasma just have to sit and watch front row cinema view tickets here for Deathcloud as they watch game number 1 start to get away from them. And Miasma, a team who is very much favoured to run away with this grand final after that upper bracket final performance that we witnessed earlier on in the day, now finds themselves on the back foot and now has shifted that momentum, gift wrapped it over to Shinjiru. And we're going to have to see what they can do with it heading into game 2, because unless something crazy happens, this game 1's wrapped up.
Absolutely, but Deathcloud can be that miracle team. They do have that clutch factor behind them, and you know that when they need to hold on to the pressure, they certainly will do so. And Shinjiru do have a mistake or two in them, and that's another one coming out. It's allowed Miasma to have that space, but that is not the best pass attempt there coming from Alf. He does wait on that back wall. Crab gets there first. Countdown with 2 seconds left, and regardless of a goal, Shinjiru take game 1.
Well, I know they'll be very happy with that one, Pegasus. Already, Shinjiru coming online here early in this grand final, and they're trying to buy themselves a bracket reset in this final. Will they be able to do so? That question going to be answered a little bit later. But Miasma, not too sure what happened there in that game number 1, right? I mean, there was a lot of positive moments for them, I felt like, but there was also a couple of moments, Pegasus, where for me it felt like there was goals, there was mistakes happening that shouldn't really happen, that shouldn't really be occurring. And I wonder if it's just sort of a bit of grand finals pressure. I'm not too sure. But at the end of the day, it can happen. And hopefully not. But that might be what we're starting to see here a little bit.
Absolutely. And you said here, I'm happy with that first result. Yes, happy, but that's the extent of it. I'm not ecstatic. I'm seeing mistakes from both of these teams that they would not make in any other series. And with Deathcloud, we have that case study. We have that upper semi-finals. We have that upper grand finals. They literally played those today, sweeping their way through the bracket. We know that these are just a bit of early nerves heading into these grand finals, and when they clean up their act, Shinjiru need to be able to as well. They were making a fair few mistakes themselves, a few double commits coming out, a few straight up whiffs, and, you know, let's not just talk about that first goal they conceded. This is still very much a series in anyone's hands, and if you want any further proof, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 7.
It is best of 7. Things change, pressure ramps up, and that fatigue can start to set in for both teams. But who's going to get that first goal? Lovely redirect, and the defense going to have to react. We've seen Alpha already pull out a couple of those today. Most notably that sidewall double in the first match of the day. But, you know, just a regular shot's good enough here for Trout. And Miasma getting that first one on the board in the early seconds.
Trout leaps like salmon for RMD's pass. That's going to be a simple combination for them two. They've been doing it throughout the entirety of the season, and I've alluded to it before, getting that first goal nice and quickly can shake off any demons that you might have had from a recent result, from a recent goal conceded. You'd assume that that's all gone now here for Miasma. They are going to be back swinging. Shinjiro are going to have to respond. Kieran gets that initial clearance off the corner. Crab was positioned well to be that second man. You do see Big Bad Wolf lurking as that second. He's been impactful so far this series. And, well, this is the biggest stage. That's where you want to be at your best. Crab back on. He was certainly the man of that lower finals. Looking to drag it down to Wolf. That's a good pass for themselves. But Miasma's double commit will go unpunished. Kieran had to wait for that follow-up heavy touch from the defense. They're defending the midfield line as if it were their goal. And Big Bad Wolf will keep this pressure forward.
Well, pressure going to be continued there by Kieran. And over to that sidewall by the Yellow Crab as Shinjiro sort of circling here, looking for any opportunity that might present itself. But it's Alf who's now going to pick things up. Going to try and go over, under, and all the way here. But Big Bad Wolf's got other ideas, picking that one up. And Miasma starting to sort of circle this pressure on the other side of things as they look to try and double down on their lead. 3 minutes remaining here. Shinjiro going to start needing to get some goals on the board soon. Otherwise, you've got Trout to contend with once again. And I saw earlier you said that Trout was leaping like a salmon. This time, all he needed was a little bit of a touch. All he needed was to swim right through. And Miasma double their lead.
And so close to getting that hat-trick as well. And if he does, you would assume that that would be game over. These haven't been typically high-scoring affairs between these two teams, except for the ones where Miasma completely dominated. I do think of that match earlier versus RL Ireland. I mean, 8-2 in that final game. That really was a sign of things to come. No surprises that they're here in the grand finals. Alf looking to challenge Kieran. Does delay his play there to be able to catch that one low. Yellow Crab's on the corner. We'll be waiting for that second. Big Bad Wolf with some ambition there as that second. And now Kieran had to get that touch perfect. Does get it over the first, but this is just a delaying play here for the two teammates to catch themselves back behind. Crab catches himself well on the recovery. And now it's Kieran. They desperately need that first goal. The first half has officially come to an end. And now you start to think that it's crunch time. Could Big Bad Wolf get it off to a good start? No, RMD clears.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, there's a shot. The Yellow Crab finds the back of the net here for Serene. And that was sort of a play that went from 0 to 100 in about half a second there, Pegasus. Pass in from Kieran and the Yellow Crab. Right place, right time. Lovely placement on the shot. And Shinjiro back in with a chance of game 2.
Big Bad Wolf quick off the kickoff here. Does get a demo to follow up. And awkward in the corner is RMD. But again, his recoveries are absolutely on point. That should be goal free. That was beautiful from RMD. Looked like a mistake at first with that first touch and how heavy it was, but it was just enough to lure in Kieran. Big Bad Wolf and Crab already committing themselves so high, completely outplayed in that position. And credit where credit's due. That's essentially a 1v3 in my books.
Well, 2 minutes remaining. And Miasma have laid down the gauntlet. Shinjiro, they've got to try and claim their way out of that scenario, and that's a good sort of setup there. Can Big Bad Wolf get on the end of it? A lovely 50 played by Miasma, not letting that one get any further towards their goal. But now they're looking for more. They're looking to turn things around. Alf's looking for that pass, but RMD not able to quite make the connection. And Miasma going to have to sort of go back to the drawing board here, but realistically, they're just going to want to run down this clock. They're just going to want to continue to steal the possession away from their opponents here a little bit. And on the other side, Shinjiro, they're just looking to kickstart this momentum, kickstart this pressure, and find a couple of more goals.
Big Bad Wolf will attack. That's high there. And he will delay this one for Yellow Crab instead. Not sure how I feel about that decision. It does end up in the final lines. With 1 minute left on the clock, I spoke about crunch time earlier. That was with half of the game left. Try a fifth, and with Trout on the attack as well. This is a sign of danger here for Shinjiru's series score looking to be equaled. And well, I said Miasma were going to step up in this second game. I did suggest that we were going to see less one-off mistakes like we saw in that first game. And so far, they certainly have delivered. Of course, Trout grabs himself those 2 goals. But I must say, RMD has been that man of the minute. But could that change? Could someone steal the thunder of the Death Cloud player? It won't be Wolf. Awkward on that ball. It was a well-sniped pass, but it was never a play that was going to work out in the end. Back up, Crab. We'll take this one over. Wants that second touch, but Kieran's there as well. That's a bit of a double commit, and it's a 1v1 with RMD as that option. Like I said, he was essentially able to pull off a 1v3 earlier, even if he only visually beats one player. He is never going to waste an opportunity like that. You can call this second game. Miasma might have just equaled the scoring in rather dominant fashion.
Yeah, Miasma starting to come online here in this grand final. And that game number 1, that sort of worry of sort of maybe some nerves coming through, has certainly been dispatched here in this 5-minute affair on Forbidden Temple. And it might just be another one, but no, it will not matter. Miasma even us out here in our final, and we will in fact have a series. It will not be a sweep either way. I don't think anyone thought it would be. But Miasma gonna respond here, Pegasus, and well, suddenly things just got a little bit more interesting for us.
Absolutely. It felt like a game you could pick out there from the upper final with Death Cloud taking a fair bit of a possession, but I feel like their biggest quality is just how prolific they are. Once they're in the final third, you can already hear those alarm bells ringing, those air raid sirens, if you will. It's a different level when Death Cloud are in that final third. You don't quite have that same vibe for Team Serene. It takes them time to build up these attacks. They've got to wait for that perfect opening to present themselves. Yes, you'll get that odd double tap coming in from the likes of Crab and Wolf like we saw in the lower finals. But if you want to just break through a brick wall defense, you're going to need a little bit something extra. I feel like still there are a few changes to be making in that communication. Sometimes where there were double commits I wasn't a big fan of, and some call-offs as well that I feel like were just that bit too ambitious. Although it was a better performance than game 1, Miasma just went up 3 gears as well.
Yeah, and the response to that has to be Shinjiru stepping up 4 gears, right? It's constantly between these two teams, stretching margins, stretching boundaries. And it has been throughout the season, 1-1 in the scorelines against each other. But Alf's got everyone on a rope, on a string, puppets on a string, if you will. And Miasma finding the first here. Alf on the outplay. And, well, his name's a bit of a mock-up of Drafinio, but, I mean, looking like that, you'd have to believe it.
Absolutely. If you're going to have Eno in your name, you have to have a bit of skill about you. And that was some mechanical talent shown there. I spoke about what was effectively a 1v3 from RMD earlier. That was quite literally a 1v3 from Alf. All Miasma players having that potential. And again, it did come off the back of a double commit. There's another one there for Shinjiru, which has opened up that space. Miasma will find that top right corner. And it's a quick head start heading into game 3 as Death Cloud look to claim their lead.
There we go. And another one put in there by Alf, the leading offensive player here for Miasma. Second season here in RSC. And the first one, a little bit of a disappointing end to it in playoffs. Went out top 6, I believe, over on that DSQ roster last season. And now looking to find better fortunes here in this grand final. Looking to walk away with this grand final. And finds himself 2 goals up alongside his team in game number 3, and we've already seen that play successfully deployed here today, and this time it won't be, but Miasma certainly have looked like a massive threat here today, but it doesn't mean anything unless they cap it off with a grand finals victory.
And Kieran will bail away. Alf wants to set up Trout. Yellow Crab does get there first, and he's chases to the second ball. Have been crucial so far for the results of these games. Shinjiru were winning every single one, it felt like, in the first game. Certainly Miasma in the second, and certainly continued in the third. That's when you have to pick up the pace. That's when you have to be careful with your boost consumption, your positioning, and most importantly, those double commits as well, because those are the ones that get you lower in that economy. Yellow Crab won't get a pinch off that. Again, an ambitious play. That one, though, a little bit more obvious. Kieran finds the bottom left corner, and it's a very rare opening from Miasma.
It is. Everyone finding themselves a little bit out of rotation. Alf on that front post. Trout sort of still rotating back and wasn't quite able to get on the right side of that ball to make the touch needed. And now we see Team Serene, this Shinjuru roster, finding a little bit of form here. Big Bad Wolf taken off the pitch. That's now going to give Miasma another opening here on this attack, and the demos will be returned. A favor finding the face of Miasma. But Alf still standing strong on this defense for his squad. And clearing that one away. Now looking to go on the other side of the pitch as the bumps and a bit of disruptance here in this side of the field coming through. But Miasma, I've asked them time and time again in the little interviews I've done after each little game throughout this season, what do they think their chances are at a Grand Finals victory? What do they think their chances are at winning the Elite Division? And every single time they've come in with a whole load of confidence. And why wouldn't you when you're playing like this?
RMD, of course, having that experience as well in the Grand Finals, and someone in chat, I'm sure, will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is 2 Elite Championships to his name. Another Grand Final added, potentially another championship added. As it stands, Miasma will get themselves the lead, but that's on shaky ground. Shinjuru still very much within their chances here in Game 3. Only a 1-goal difference. Things have opened up a little there for RMD, but Crab getting there just in the nick of time. RMD doesn't get the touch he'd like, but still out there on a clean. Big Bad Wolf with a save. Kieran's already committed himself. A 0 boost for Yellow Crab. And there's your follow-up. Death Cloud again, double their lead. And it's another chasing position for Shinjuru.
It once again is. And they haven't successfully been able to do it last game, but can this one be different? We find ourselves with just under 2 minutes remaining. More than enough time for Shinjuru to find an answer, find a comeback. But they've got to write their own reality here. And pressure like that is what's going to make it happen. But you've got to sort of link up those team players. You can't just play sort of boom ball downfield, because Trout will just hit it away just like that. And Shinjuru will be stripped of their possession.
Yellow Crab beat there easily by RMD. Big Bad Wolfo being that main option, sitting a little bit deeper. That forced hit should have been all his to take possession. Kieran sees a slight opening, isn't quite powerful enough to beat out. Another pass inside was required. Crab tried to find it, but Wolf had to be careful there. Didn't want to overcommit, and you do start to wonder how much time is left on the clock until you just start committing for every single play. Kieran there on the corner yet again. Big Bad Wolf waits close, but Crab is the one to go up first. Wolf burns all his boost to collect. Crab puts it high, but again, another double commit between himself and Kieran will certainly slow down this chance. Big Bad Wolf having to pick it up from the halfway line, but Miasma very happy to just defend. Even if they concede one, it's still going to be tight here for Shinjuru to try and compete for an overtime spot. Wolf waiting for Ralph, 50, out of favour. Kieran just has to boom it. And whenever there's a slight opening, it feels like Kieran is the one to snipe it. But with 20 seconds, it's still too tough to call.
It really is. Kieran finding the gap, finding the opening. And now they've got to do it one more time. Ball over into dead space, and Alf's first to it. That now spells a little bit of danger here for this Shinjuru team, because that 10-second timer has appeared on their screen, and they don't have the possession. Trout knocks it away. Kieran has to be the magic man once again for this roster as he gets it downfield. The pressure shifted over to the Yellow Crab, but Miasma lock it down in the final seconds, and now find themselves 2-1 up in this grand final.
There were 0-second heroics in the lower final from Team Serene, but you cannot be reliant on it. You've got to be quick out the gates. You cannot be conceding these early goals. You cannot be double committing. And some advice for DeathCloud, you cannot be leaving your net open either. That should not have been close, realistically.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've got no idea, Pegasus. I casted their series against Deception, Illusory Deception, earlier on in the day. Not earlier on in the day, earlier on in the week. And I think I messaged Alf and Trout, one of them, at least, after the series, just saying, please do not do that on Saturday, just on Sunday. Do not leave your net wide open ever again, because that was giving me panic attacks in the booth. But yeah, it's clear that while it's gotten better, the issues are still certainly there. But they said that they responded just saying that's sort of their play style, right? Play high risk, high reward, and for them, they're finding a lot more of the reward side of things, and it's been working out. But game number 4 getting underway, and we'll get to see if we have an evened out series from Shinjiru, or if Miasma are going to find themselves on match and tournament point.
And this is bold that we have kickoff so early. That timeout available in the grand finals. I will say I'm surprised to see Shinjiru not call it, but they've got the confidence to just keep themselves marching forward. They're saving that 4th man of the team, likely for a bit later should they need it. And well, if they play like they did in the game before, they certainly will. Miasma will look to take advantage of that momentum that Shinjiru have granted them. That being said, the most recent goal being in the favour of TS. Bad Wolf beaten, RMD inside pass, textbook from DeathCloud, but Shinjiru see that play ahead of time, but sometimes being able to read it is not enough. A little bit of extra speed was required. It was good that a defender was able to get on the end of it, but they're not out of the woods yet. Big Bad Wolf, however, now with a bit of an opening. It was a good cut in rotation there from RMD. It wasn't going to be the player that Crab was focusing on there as his main problem when he was getting that dribble forward. Trout will take it off that corner, and it's Wolf again with a bit of space, looking to try and pop it high. Trout gets himself down to 0 for that touch, leaves it to Alf, coming off that backboard. That's wonderful!
Trick goal there from Alf. Sealing, back wall, pulling anything out of the hat. Forget the rabbit, pulling like a Zen or a Drali play out of the hat right there. Miasma finding the first here in game 4. Finding new hope.
Ooh.
And another save coming through. RMD, the saviour on the goal line, keeping that lead in the hands of Miasma. But this is a wondrous performance from them. And Shinjiru have now got to go searching, hunting, and praying potentially once again.
And Alf, I would say he was a bit quiet in game 1, but what a step up in performance he's had as this series has progressed. A DCE player with a shot from the clouds to open up game 4 and potentially be the one to put themselves on match point if Shinjiru are unable to respond. 3 minutes left to do so, but at that same time, Miasma, they're a team that like to be aggressive. They like to be on the front foot. They'll be looking to extend that lead. They're not just going to settle for one, and that's just something that Shinjiru are going to have to keep up with themselves. Kieran gets that first touch, took for the second. Yellow Crab is inside, but still, Alf looked like he was going to get to that ball first. Crab, by some miracle, was able to get it, and, well, some passing plays attempted between Wolf and Crab. Not quite finding each other, so instead it will be Miasma yet again coming in from those corners. It's supposed to be safe with a defensive team, but when it's a DeathCloud player that's in that position, you do still start to feel that bit of worry. Trout, back wall, open space, and open skies to take advantage of, and still shut down by Big Bad Wolf. But Miasma, I said it once, I'll say it again, Hodge, seem to be winning every single loose ball.
They do. A lot of these 50s, a lot of these challenges going their way, and same for the open space plays as well. RMD playing off that reset, sending everyone packing there, but the Yellow Crab going to get that one sent away, and 2 minutes left of this match. RMD off of that back wall, trying to slot it. It could just end up as a fake, and wasn't quite able to fool the defense of Serene. But Alf, that's a brilliant touch. Yellow Crab there, though, first and foremost to clear that one away. But Miasma It really feels like this roster just has Shinjiro on strings. And Shinjiro can't find anything. Is this where they start a bit of a charge? No, Trout taking Kieran off the field and out of the play. And that's going to give Miasma more life, more hope, more chances to continue their attack. And at the same time, running down that timer and shutting out this Shinjiro team.
A 1-0 scoreline, though. A very dangerous one to rely on. It comes with its risk because Shinjiro should only need one opportunity. It's not come together yet, but they still have 65 seconds. But RMD hunting for that demo. Trout on the follow. Kieran still clutches up that 1v2 just as the clock hits 1 minute left. This is where you've got to take your charge. This is where you've got to get aggressive. This is where you've got to save those shots coming in from RMD. Again, Shinjiro leave it to those dying seconds to get aggressive. But will it pay off this time? Still RMD on Shinjiro. Ever since we've entered that 5th minute, not seen sights of the opposing half. It's across again to the yellow crab. Trout shots coming off the post. Kieran sitting right behind with nothing. Big Bad Wolf will send it over, and overall the boost counts off Shinjiro are concerningly low, but they'll look to play the passes. They'll use that to generate the power. All three connect, but so does the crossbar.
Well, 10 seconds remaining, and so is another goal connecting as well. Alf seals the deal in game number 4. It's going to be match point here for Miasma, and Shinjiro, miracles must happen, or it is just going to be a whitewash performance for the Crazy Cloud in Miasma. 6 seconds remaining, Pegasus, and let's be real, it's over, it's done. And game 5 is on the horizon. Oh my goodness, what is happening?
Well, Stingray was complaining earlier that there have been no game 5 finishes today. Death Cloud are looking to provide it, and I would be shocked if Shinjiro do not call a timeout right now and take advantage of the fact that they have Danny Boy as that coach. He's been their coach for the entire season, and you can feel his effects in certain series.
Oh, they timed out.
And despite the ready up, yeah. I was concerned there, being honest with you, Hutch. I was very, very concerned when they readied up. Because I will say, if Miasma did as well, that would have caused an issue there if we just load into that next game. But no, the timeout has been called by Team Serene Shinjiro, and this is when the Irishman, the man with experience, Danny Boy ATM, really makes his position on the roster.
Yeah, are they allowed to go into free play in the timeout? I think they are. Sorry, I'm responding to questions by Alf because I'm the only one in the lobby here. So I don't know. I don't know.
I've never seen that one.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Gotta be a no. They've got to get cold, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Of course you'd say that, but I got a DM from Alf straight after that win, just saying, "Howie, the something insert word here, lads. One more for Bladen."
Right.
So
right.
yeah, Toon Black and White Army here on the RSC stream, and well, you know what? I better get on board with the hype train as well, and we'll join in. We're going purple here in this game number 5, and the RSC might also be going purple by the end of it. But let's see. Oh God, I've just seen the chat. I forgot. I said to Slumpy that if Miasma won the Elite Division, the headset dent would be shown as well. So yeah, There's a lot on the line here.
Great, that's
and
not gonna happen.
You know what? Can we get a bracket reset? No, but yeah, I'm on board for this Serene bracket. 1 second, I'm changing it back. There we go. Serene bracket reset in session. Let's go.
I mean, you spoke about a black and white army. That essentially is what Team Serene are and need to be as well if they're going to claw this one back. And I do wonder what Danny will be saying to the team right now. If I know him at all, he would spend the first few seconds just with a bit of an info dump. But certainly for the final minutes, he will just be letting the players talk to each other, let themselves calm down and reset. Which I don't think is really bad advice for them for the plays we've seen so far. They've always felt almost there, Hodge, I think it's fair to say. They've got themselves in those offensive opportunities. They've managed to string a few passes together, but then there's always one little slip, one little chink in the armor And that's why they haven't been able to get as many scores on the doors as they would like.
Well, you've got to believe in Danny Boy's coaching here. You've got to believe in his experience. And the man who always finds his way to an RSC Grand Final, whether it be on the pitch, on the mic, or as coach, has found himself here once again. And now we find ourselves with a timeout over. We find ourselves on DFH Stadium. But will we find ourselves crowning new champions at the very end of this 5 minutes? Let's find out. Let's throw down for potentially one more time here in the Elite Division this season. And 5 minutes may stand for Miasma and an Elite Championship.
Cogs, oil, sweat and tears, leave it all on the pitch. This might just be your final chance, especially Team Serene. DeathCloud, they have been second fiddle the entire season in that same conference to Team Serene. They ended it on the same series record, but it was just that game differential which went in the way of Team Serene. 1% made the difference. Will this one goal make the difference for the mentality of Shinjuru?
Shinjuru looking to fight back from the deficit, looking to fight back pretty much, let's be real, from the dead. But now they've got that first goal under wraps in their pocket. Can they bring forward that momentum? Can they start to cook a little bit more on this offense, start disrupting this miasma rotation, which has been pretty much perfect throughout this series and throughout this season in general? But they're going to have to start doing that, and they're going to have to start withstanding these attacks that miasma are bearing them witness to. Yellow Crab finding himself upfield, but that's a great touch. Back and forth, passing play. Easy save, though, for Kieran. And Shinjuru dealing well with the pressure for the time being, but you still got to look to avoid those bumps.
Absolutely, here that aggression will start to come in, and it just gives you something else to check. Double tap attempted by Trout. The second player went up as the option, so did the third. This should be open. Team Serene should have goal number 2. And it feels like a mistake we've seen from Serene the entire series has for once bled purple. A triple commit from DeathCloud will see Shinjuru start to take a little bit of an extended front.
Will that be the case? Al's trying to touch that over towards this attacking side, but Trout's going to be the one to pick it up, play off of that reset. No further it goes, though, as the defense steps up to the occasion, saves all over the place, but now that pass finds itself once again in field. Trout playing that 50, just trying to delay that time and continue to just perplex the other team, perplex this Serene roster. But so far, 2 goals to the side of Shinjuru, and Miasma going to need to start changing things up in this match and really finding something else that's going to work, because this certainly hasn't, and Danny Boy's timeout has certainly been a powerful one.
It's a 4-man roster, and he can say the same in all fairness towards DeathCloud, the likes of an RLCS caliber coach behind them. Kieran looking for that double tap, doesn't get the angle, but Crab still an option outside. Trout had to pick up that corner boost. Challenges immediately after getting it. That's going to be a mistake. Another heavy touch. A little bit too nervy here from Trout. Will find Big Bad Wolf. I had criticisms about those second balls, always seemingly finding a purple player. But it's Shinjuru with their purple hearts and their bravery, which has seen them fighting back.
This has given me sort of visions back to the Master Grand Final last season, Pegasus, that we both casted, where we saw Fort Templar go up 3-1. And then Symbiotes were able to fight back from this exact position, winning a Game 5 with a scoreline very, very similar to this from my memory. So is this just going to be a bit of deja vu here in the RSC? Or have Miasma got this on lock and they're going to be able to bounce back? Well, not right now, not this game. And Game 6 might be on the horizon here in the Grand Finals of the Elite Division. We haven't seen a Game 7 yet this season. We have seen a Game 6, but only once. And this final certainly looking to deliver. But will that be the case?
It's hard to say when those scorelines reset. Of course, something else can happen, and it's not to say that DeathCloud are out of this game, as Alf would like to show you with that first goal. We know that they can score plenty, and they can score it quick. So Team Serene still have to keep their heads screwed on. They still have to keep that confidence. They still have to keep that professionalism in defense, or they'll allow themselves to be run back over, and it'll be even more devastating. And even still, even if they are able to survive, you don't want that mentality heading into Game 6. Kieran drops down, and it's just on that line! And a yellow crab manages to just about pinch one through. A 4-goal difference. And with how these series have been going between these two teams, you expect me to say in the favour of DeathCloud, but after a timeout and that grand finals difference, the script has flipped.
Well, Shinjiru, they're now styling on them. They're now sort of, I guess, driving this game. This game number 5 has been all in their hands. And meanwhile, for the most part, Miasma haven't really had a say. But now Trout's going to find something. Going to find a crucial shot towards that top bar down. I was going to say top corner, but then the bar went, sent it down, and that didn't really work anymore. But regardless, it's a goal for Miasma. And they're looking to fight back. Like you say, Pegasus, they're certainly not out of it just yet. All right, and we've seen the pressure that they can dial up. What a game this would be from them if this was the game where they won it all.
Absolutely. Elf finds Big Bad Wolf. He'll just send it over, and that clock really playing a factor now as we enter that final minute. It'll be the 4th man for Team Serene. Well, I guess the 5th behind Danny Boy. Maybe the 6th past the woodwork. Big Bad Wolf coming off that crossbar. Crab will look to find that teammate yet again. And those 1-2 passes they've been attempting all season and all series, starting to come together with a bit more accuracy. Better decisions as well. That's a rare mistake coming from RMD, and Wolf will look to capitalize. It will find Kieran. He's high on boost, low in life, however. Will be sent to the Shadow Realm to respawn, but it will be a free defensive rotation for them at the very least. And there he is. Quick out of hell. Back onto the pitch. Could have maybe challenged that one, but Alpha psyched him out. Got in a flip reset. Might just get a goal as well. 15 seconds. It's Trout. And this is doable.
It is. It's not just Trout. It's also now a possibility here for Miasma. Trout has made it within the realms of, well, reality. But now that reality has to be written down, has to be born into existence. And will Miasma be able to do just that? Looks like for now the answer's going to be no, as Shinjiru look to hold on, look to find another one, but it will not matter. That clock will hit 0. We will have Game 6, Neo Tokyo on the horizon. And this series is not over yet, just getting started, but that right there is the power of a Danny Boy timeout.
Absolutely, and what a turnaround in performance. Kieran leading the charge with 4 goal contributions and a hat-trick included within it. But a 50-50 field domination and a step up in performance coming from DeathCloud later in that game. Could be a few warning signs heading into that 6. It's going to be scorelines reset. 0-0, 5 minutes on the clock. And Team Serene need to not get overconfident. They have to be able to reset themselves yet again. Whatever Danny said between Game 4 and Game 5, they need to put into effect yet again. They've got a little bit less time to do so. They have to still remain disciplined, but they've still just got to have that bit of spirit. And that's what was missing early in the series. That was no real offensive drive. They were playing not to lose instead of win. And here we go. Neo Tokyo, a map with such seasoned history at every single level of the game. And the greatest grassroots league here in Europe is no stranger either. Ladies and gentlemen, we thought the last game would be the final charge. Will it reign true this time for DeathCloud, or Shinjiru still have more fight in them? We've had kickoff. We've had an opening attack. Shinjiru start off in the opposing half.
They do. They start off in this opposing half. They start off with a little bit of pressure, but Trout starts off by getting that save, denying those chances, denying that pressure. And Miasma, that's what they've got to do now. Deny this Shinjiru team the chance to come back, the chance to bring us to a game number 7, and a chance to potentially get a bracket reset. Miasma, they have the fate of this series in their own hands. Well and truly, they've now got one hand on the trophy, it feels like. They've just got to place that other hand on it and take over, but they haven't been able to do so in that last game. Can this be any different?
Big Bad Wolf up, misses that 100 boost here in the tank there, but it will go to teammate Yellow Crab. He's able to steal the offensive third one as well. RMD will be on nothing, but that pinch could be enough on its own. And Big Bad Wolf isn't able to pick that one up. That's a double commit from Miasma. Same can be said of Shinjiru, though, who will come out better. Kieran with the clearance. It feels neutral. Possession for Miasma. That being said, lost from the heavy touch of RMD. Shinjiru have some space, but it's deep from Big Bad Wolf, and Kieran with 0 boost will be unable to commit. They waste some time. Again, I don't want to see too many heavy touches out of defense from Shinjiru. It gives Miasma that bit too much space, and it's not a team you can allow to think. There's an opening, perhaps, shut down by 2 Miasma defenders. Big Bad Wolf will send it high. That demo not going to be enough. You can't find the target. Kieran again off that back wall, but Alf on the recovery respawn, able to get that clearance. We are goalless, shying of that second minute. Alf looking to perhaps change that. Denied again. Big Bad Wolf finds the air.
He does, and we find this ball once again just in sort of no one's territory. It's all up in the air, this game number 6. Such a crucial match of this series, and such a crucial one for both of these teams. Shinjiru looking to shatter Miasma's momentum from earlier on in this series, and Miasma looking to get things closed out now before we go the distance, before a game 7 could be on that horizon. 2.5 minutes still left here between these two teams on this fabled pitch, and still nothing giving for either side. Alf, risky touchdown, but he's able to play that 50, read it correctly, and Miasma still holding this possession. Trout's going to get sort of cut up, though, by the Yellow Crab, who's cutting that rotation. And Shinjiru, while they are having to go back to square one here on their attack, they did sort of have that possession. Now they don't. Now it's pried away from them, and they're back in defense. But both of these teams, Pegasus, really giving it their all, and you can tell.
Absolutely. Kieran back on as that clock decreases. The heartbeats increase. How's your bottle, Big Bad Wolf? Good on that first control, but it's going to be all about that follow-up. Bumped off the play, so is unable to do so. Kieran was awkward, but still able to make the most of it. Kieran does make a hash of that first touch. Is that going to be the mistake that sees Miasma able to grab that first goal? No. Second and third. Really deep off that play. It's just a lone Trout to try and do all the work himself. But Shinjiru, they're a different team. They are a bit more locked in the defense. You're going to have to work that bit harder here on Neo Tokyo. Yellow Crab at the block. Kieran should be able to pick up that 100, and he's got space, time. Should be no dogfights. Has plenty of opportunity here to go for something special. Instead, it's a simple dribble, which will just spill down to a sea of purple. Miasma do collect. Big pinch forward. Crab with nothing in the tank. What is he able to do? Some resourcefulness required. Finds Big Bad Wolf. That's got to be on target. You've got to be able to keep your cool. That could have been your one shot, because 1 minute's remaining. Chances are going to be few and plenty. So you have to make that read. Good clearance there from the Miasma defender.
Great clearance by Miasma to get that one out of the danger zone. But that danger going to start to ramp up ever so much more as the Yellow Crab putting that shot on. Kieran over to that sidewall, looking to set himself up, but it is picked up by his teammates, who are just continuing this ongoing charge for Shinjiru. And you have to feel like at some point it would warrant a goal, but that's just not the case. Miasma, their defense is too good, and they've recovered. The team who left their net open so much, and they're so sort of known for it at this point in the Elite Division, have locked down their defense, and now have to go opposite side of the field, and now have to look towards an overtime. Or will this be settled before the buzzer? 3 seconds remaining. Trout with a last-ditch effort, keeping that ball alive, keeping that ball up, but it will be grounded. 1 goal here either we get a championship title in the RSC, or Shinjiro send us the distance.
Mistake or magic? What will it be on Neo Tokyo to decide this overtime? RMD shot blocked here by Kieran, and 100 boost collect. A demo, a life taken afterwards. The post denies a championship for Miasma. So they're going to need another play here. Have they found it? They scored quick off the OT to send Shinjiro down to the lower brackets. It's not going to be how they claim their final life this time. Yellow Crab up. And that's Big Bad Wolf with space. Redirect, top left corner, denied by Alf yet again. Kieran up high, and Crab's got nothing in the tank. Trout bails away early, able to hold on to some of his boost, and that's Alf in a dangerous position, but not with a dangerous amount of boost to hold as a result. Gotta be careful. We can't have any of those panic taps. That economy is going to be crucial in a position like this, and you certainly cannot backflip. You cannot leave that backboard open either. Trout positions himself nicely, and now it's Yellow Crab up high, launched forward. Low boost defense coming in from Miasma, but it wasn't going to require the most resources to get that initial clearance. Still more work required to get it out their half, and Trout doing all the dirty work.
Doing all the dirty work, but now is the moment, potentially, but no. Big Bad Wolf clearing it away, withstanding the attack here, withstanding the barrage from Miasma. And now they look to go opposite side of the field, but Alf's got momentum. Alf's got the ball. Trout looking to play this 50. Miasma, they rarely lose those 50s, and they're showing it once again. But Kieran, he's got that under his spell. RMD gonna stop that before it even starts. Now, Yellow Crab has to jump, has to leap for it to stop this championship from being claimed in this game, in this match. But back over to that side wall, it ricochets around Neo Tokyo. Sound echoing, a hero for Miasma potentially waiting to be found. And the villain of Shinjiro might just unleash themselves, but who's that gonna be? Maybe it's downfield, maybe it's on target, but cleared away once again. And Shinjiro hang on by a thread one more time.
An extra 50% of game time added to game 6. Does it end now? Big Bad Wolf has his shot saved. It took every single bit in the tank there from the Miasma defense. The only one with anything was Alf. He'll be the one on the attack. That was an opening wasted chance there from DeathCloud. This game should be over. They should be celebrating. Instead, holding on to a defense from Shinjiro. It's off on the final line. Wolf back inside. Trout caught in that corner. And Yellow Crab up yet again. RMD down to Trout. And it's a brief moments to breathe, but you've got to keep your cool. Demo coming forward. It's going to be a 2v3. Big tricks there from Alf, and that will be the championship for DeathCloud.
DeathCloud have done it. They do what they could not do yesterday in Rival, and Miasma go the whole way. Shinjiro has been their kryptonite for the entire season, is what it's felt like. But this time, it's different. This time, they're done playing second fiddle. And DeathCloud Esports go the whole way. What was heartbreak for Alf last season in 6th place with DSQ rewrites itself to a new chapter, a new legacy here in Elite. And, well, Miasma have only gone and done it. What a performance from that team. But in that specific game, Pegasus, one player who I've got to shout out, who led them to victory in game number 6 was Trout. 800-point game from him.
And in a grand final, in a game 6 on Neo Tokyo, when it matters most. What a performance there from Trout. And overall, what a performance from Miasma all day. This has been their Sunday. This has been the day for them to step up. And they have passed with flying colours, sweeping their way into the grand finals and fighting back against the new Shinjiro side after, of course, that timeout was called. And the man you just mentioned, Trout, will take your grand finals series MVP. 33.3 recurring percent shooting percentage, 13 saves and 5 demos will be his stats. And for me here, Hodge, it's the saves that really count here. It's what really made the difference in that tense matchup.
No, definitely. Miasma were tested so many times when they were backed up in a corner pretty much. and someone needed to be the hero. On this occasion, it was Trout, and it is Miasma who are your champions, as you can see on your screen right there. But we're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the roster of Miasma here for an interview. And well, if you didn't think there was musical elements to RSC, stay tuned, because we sort of have an end of Elite live performance for you all. Welcome back, everybody, to the RSC-EU for the final time tonight. It is our elite division, and we have crowned our elite champions here in the RSC. It is, of course, Deathcloud Miasma, and while a lot of people around the RSC had doubts, I certainly did not. But we do have the entire roster here for a little bit of an interview where we'll get to chat to them. But, you know, about what this season's been like for them. And I think just first starting off, right, I'm going to come to Trout because, Trout, I've done many interviews with you across some of the team streams that I've done in League play. And one thing you kept telling me every single time when I asked about confidence for playoffs, you said, you know, we're not losing. We're so confident that we will do this. What sort of kept fueling you guys to just keep on bringing that confidence, keep on bringing that passion, and you know, that will to just not lose?
I mean, obviously I have two great teammates alongside me, and we keep just fueling each other and telling each other that we're the GOATs, because we are, and it's shown here. Well, also, shout out to Jag, great coach. He also kept us motivated and going throughout the season. But the thing is, we just knew we were the best team there, and we were confident in ourselves to get the job done.
And well, you did mention the man himself, the coach, Resist Jaguar, of course, of RLCS quality nowadays. So congratulations to yourself for that. Starting off, a very big asset here for this RSC roster. And I want to ask you today from a coaching perspective, as someone who has, you know, definitely been watching all of the games today. What was the difference between Deathcloud Miasma and every other team? What saw them be so dominant leading up into that grand final and then eventually getting out a victory in Game 6?
I think the big difference between this team and a lot of others is just their synergy on the field. It allowed them to connect really well and just know where each other are, and it helps so much in defense when a team works well together, as you could see from, it's saying it, but the final, which was a clean sweep. They just knew where they had to be, just constantly positioned correctly, and defense wins you championships, because if you don't concede, you're not going to lose.
And I do have a special congratulations to give to one of the players in this VC, RSC's third ever free timer. That is, of course, RMD, and all three of which I believe being in the elite tier as well. So certainly no slouch, certainly no Mickey trophies hidden within there. I've got to ask you, you'll be easily one of the most experienced RSC players in terms of these grand finals and, well, going the full distance. What makes you different? What makes you able to be so consistent in these grand finals and to find yourself on these top teams? And how would you feel about ending up in Master next season after doing the three-peat here in Elite?
Being Master, no thanks. But no, I just keep getting really good teammates that I can trust and just play how I want. So, and yeah, just being able to ball chase ball chase out my mind. So it's fun. And yeah, just having fun in finals and not worrying about anything. It's great.
Well, it's great how you guys have sort of performed this season, and I'm gonna actually come to Alf now because I sort of spoke to Alf many times, and you know, in the past, second season here in RSC, but in the past, last season on DSQ had a little bit of a sort of heartbreak in 6th place. How have you sort of changed, not just as a player but as a person, to come back in this season with a team who can perform to this level, a team who is winning trophies like this, and sort of just give us a little bit of insight into what you've worked on as a player?
Well, I wouldn't say last season was like an upset, a heartbreak. My first season went in as a JC2's main. My two great teammates, Wessel and Stavani, really helped me like learn threes. I'd say top 6 is really good for that, to be honest. And in the off season, I just grinded a bit, to be honest. Got high in 2s, lots of free play too, and this season it just paid off, I guess. That's all there really is to it.
That's great, and yeah, it's great to hear the sort of different perspective. Obviously, coming in with your first season, and you know, having a sort of good performance, and now doubling down and making it a great performance. But now to move on to the management, to move over to Space Crisp here, who is obviously the GM of Deathcloud as a franchise. Space Crisp, just talk to me about this roster. How did this roster sort of get formed, and sort of across the season, what have they really sort of been like as a roster for you to manage?
Well, it's been a lovely roster to manage, considering Trout I gave him quite a lot of free rein to do the managing for me, so that's always nice. But basically, the roster started. I was talking in a VC about needing AGM, and because Trout did it before, he was like, "I'll do it too," and I was like, "Cool." And it was like, "Oh, we could make a team of Alf," and I was like, "Also cool." And then this happened. So then, yeah, but they've been a great team throughout the season. They definitely train harder than most. I always see them in the VC vibing. They've been consistent throughout the whole tournament, and their results prove that as well. And it's been a lovely team to see, and they definitely deserve it here today. So I won't take any of their credit away.
And I want to move the question to the management in a much bigger picture. Of course, there's this season where you had, I believe it was 2 real chances to grab yourself a championship, with Elite easily being the most likely to go all the way. However, Deathcloud is a bit of a new organization heading into the ERSC kind of scene, and it has started off with quite a fair bit of success. So I do just want to ask the management here and Space Crisp how it has felt, you know, coming into the RSC ERS scene, which already has so many experienced individuals, and still being able to get the better of them with some of your rosters. What is it that has made Deathcloud and the environment that they create so special?
I guess just the community and us just not giving up, us giving our all, because the first 2 seasons were in a way pretty rough. We had some early success with ERS Challenger winning, but our franchise standings overall on average have been below the top 10, so a lot of effort. And I'm the sort of person, once I get something like hooked onto my mind, it's not something I stop until I achieve everything. So I mean, I was very happy with us getting upper half in the franchise standings. Amazing play from Rival yesterday, coming second as well. So, and I mean, I couldn't have done it without Trout or Razor. These guys have been great, giving me ideas, and we've been talking a lot. They've been very active. They've not been disappearing on me whenever we needed to make any big changes. We've all talked through it, and most of the time made really good decisions. So it's a great team effort, and the players, like the way we just do things here, everyone just feels welcomed, everyone's chill, everyone's vibing. So even for the teams that results maybe didn't go their way, everyone's still motivated and giving their all, which is, I guess, what I appreciate most.
And moving on to the final person, I believe, to get a question that is here to speak. Trout, from going toe-to-toe against Pegasus in ERS Prospect to Elite Champion. What a rise you have had, my friend, and what love you get from chat as well. I must say, I have never seen as many chants for one player consistently, except for when you are in the lobby. So I'm going to kind of give you a double-barreled question here, so apologies for that. First of all, what is it been like to make that climb all the way up to the second highest tier and be the champion of it? And as well, after you give us that more serious answer, do you have a message to give to your esteemed fans in the chat?
Well, first of all, it's been really great here in ERSC, especially with all my great teammates that I've had over the seasons. And you've just gotta work hard, like every day, get on the game, grind, even though you don't like it or whatever. And I've done that over the past, I don't know how many years. I think I won Academy like 2 years ago, and now we're here. So you just gotta keep grinding and don't listen to the haters, obviously. Yeah, I was like playing with the better players as well, like my fellow teammates over here, and that really helps me get better at the game. But I've always wanted to um, play in the higher tiers because I thought it was always more interesting. And my fans, thank you. I really appreciate the support, and I couldn't have done it without them. Shout out to Frank, Slumpy, Serenity, Trixie, everyone in Elite, and everyone else.
Oh well, that's great. And just before we go to close things out, and with a little bit of a special performance from one of the people that we have in this VC, I want to come to RMD quickly just to sort of talk about the Death Cloud Miasma playstyle, right? Because it's certainly a bit of a unique one. I watched your series against Illusory the other day, and I think I like infuriatingly messaged Alf afterwards, just saying like, "What did I just watch? Please clean that up for Saturday. I want to see you guys win." And it was more so, leaving your backlines open, conceding a lot of open nets. And I spoke to Alf, and he just said, that's our play style. We sort of it's what we do, and it can be a bit of a risky play style, but it works. And would you just be able to sort of elaborate on the Death Cloud Miasma playstyle a little bit for us?
Yeah, well, we're all fast players, and we know that we can beat anyone to the ball. So we just want to keep the pressure in their half and try and score as more than them rather than defend, because defending is more stressful. And I'm staying upfield as much as I can.
Oh, that's great. And finally, before we get a chance to give you all shout outs and send you on your ways, we do have one player who, back in week 6 when I did their team stream, made a promise with me that if he won the Elite Division, he would sing for us live on stream. And you know what? He would learn some of his teammates' dialect. So Alf is a Geordie from Newcastle, and one of the sort of famous songs that we have in Newcastle, I'm also from there, is the Bladen Racers. And Trout has been learning his lines over the past couple of hours. But I believe he's got a bit of a sing-song for us, everybody. So, Stingray, I don't know if you'd be able to sort of mute the music or something in the background just so we can hear him a bit clearer. But I'll leave the floor to you, Trout.
I really do regret making that decision. It was so long ago. I didn't. Oh God. But
hurry up.
I keep my promises. So here we
Alf,
go.
do you want to join in with him?
Absolutely not.
You know the chorus? Okay, here we go. Oh me lads, you should have seen us gunning, passing the folks along the road just as they were stunning. All the lads and lasses there, all we smiling faces, gunning along the Scotswood Road to see the Bladen races.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's very cool.
The
Well in,
accent as
Trout.
well. What do you think of that, Hodge? What do you think of that as
That's
a local?
wonderful. Alpha, I think we're the judges here. What are we rating out of 10?
There wasn't much of a rhythm, to be honest. But
what?
Oh, we're getting criticism here.
Wow.
But you know what? You can Trout. You can improve it again next season when you come back and win next season, right? There's always second opportunities. But no, it's great to have had you on here. And I'll just now leave the floor up to you all. You can go along and sort of do it one by one if you want. Any shout outs that you'd like to give to anyone at all, and I'll leave it up to you guys.
Who's going
I'll
to
go
go
first. I'll go first.
There you go.
Shout out to Flossie for begging Nations to pick me up last season, because I mean, butterfly effect. If that didn't happen, I could be barely even a playing player right now. So thanks to that. Shout out to all the Serene lads too this season, especially Kyron. I think he'll probably. I think he could win Master next season. Honestly, he's such a good player. All of them are great. And up the frogs. Come on.
Jack.
Oh, okay. I know lots of people back me as a coach player, but I want to say a big thank you to these guys. I was at one point not gonna play, and then they offered me the sub spot. Joined them because I knew I wasn't gonna play much. Offered them some coaching, and I'm just happy that these were as a group of players, are very coachable. They listened to everything I had to say, and took everything on board. And I'll say that thank you because they got me a championship.
Rob?
Not me. Thanks Frank for just being a hype man for no reason. Thank Serenity for just getting me my first trophy and letting me go on this journey. And yeah, that's about it. It's good enough. Thanks all the full Templar boys as well. And Slumpy.
Yeah, I'd say shout out to everyone who's said chants in the chat, obviously. I'd like to shout out the team, obviously, first. I loved the season, it was great. And Paul and Drizzy and everyone in Elite because they made it such a great season. And my family, of course.
That's lovely. Was that everyone there? I believe that was. No interruptions, so I'm gonna assume so. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was your new elite champions, Deathcloud Miasma, and well, as many criticisms as one of them may have got for their Geordie singing, they can wipe their tears and use the same tissue to polish their trophies. We're going to be moving to the end part of this stream, so it is going to be a goodbye to the players, the coach, and the management. And Haj, there it is. Whoa, that was worse than I thought it would be. Listen, I like to back you, my friend, but man, that was a right angle right down. It was like a perfect divot. That was a step function. I studied those like last week.
Listen, I need a new headset, right? I need a new headset. It's cooked. I need to like make something else funny about me because I'm now just going to be known for the guy with the headset dent in Prospect next season. So yeah, it's not what we can. It's not what we're having. I'm not accepting it. And yeah, finally, Yeetree Kid, you can stop asking me to show you my hair in the chat. Bit of a weird ask, but you know, whatever. You can have it. There you go. But yeah, it's been a great grand final. It's been a great elite season overall, and what most people consider the best tier in RSC. Certainly myself, most entertaining. It is certainly delivered this season. But Pegasus, I think. Overall, just want to give a massive shout out to all the teams who competed. You know, yourself and Serene as well, for the effort they put in. And I know they put in such a great effort behind the scenes as well. So did all the teams. But it is going to be Deathcloud who walk away as champions. And well, for the rest of the teams, it is going to be Go Next for next season. But I believe we do still have one more tier to cover at some point, don't we?
Absolutely. It's Master. It is the most stacked Master team I have seen ever since I joined the RSC. Players like the likes of Shark, Cash, Smashy, Jarku, who just qualified for the top 16 in APAC today, Rukia, and of course the man, the myth, the legend, Sezon, all competing next week in the final round of play-ins and playoffs. Which team will find themselves on top in the highest division? Well, you'll just have to follow the stream, turn those notifications on, and find out, and make sure you do not miss out. A big thank yous as well to Stingray for the production today, and the rest of the production team that has gotten themselves involved today, and for the rest of the week, frankly. And as well, of course, to Badass Studios, Royal 5, and our epic creator code, RSC-EU. Please use it if you want to buy that new Star Wars bundle. This has been myself, Sir Pegasus, alongside Hodge. That was the Elite Grand Finals. We'll see you for Master.